gentlemen, Shri Anurag Thakur, the young and the dynamic leader, the 5 times elected MP, is here. Give him a warm welcome with a thunderous round of applause. Thank you so much, members. Can you please take the seats? Good morning, ICI family. A louder one, please. I know it's a Sunday morning, but yes, on behalf of the ICI Dubai chapter, ICA Amit Khaitan welcome the future of audit and global consultancy, a day built on the 3 simple promises: adapt, automate, and assure. A very warm welcome to our dignitaries, our chief guest, Anurag Thakur ji, our esteemed panel moderators, panelists, past chairpersons, sponsors, and our wonderful members. Thank you for being here. This year's theme is the Year of Growth 25-26. Growth for us means a sharper assurance, tech-enabled judgment, and stronger trust. And today, in the sessions, we are going to cover from being regional to going global, what works, what not, automations of the assurance, what changes in the audit report due to the UAE corporate tax, and many more. But before we dive deeper into today's sessions, let us together honor the nations we proudly belongs to. So I request everyone to please write for the national anthem of UAE and India, and of course, our guiding force, the timeless ICI motto. As chartered accountant, let us also remind ourselves of our ICI motto always. I request technical team to please play the national anthem of UAE and India, followed by ICI motto. I request members to sing along.
Janagana mana adhinayak jaya he Bharat bhagya vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते
Thank you, members. Please take your seats. And the spirit of these anthems and our ICI motto truly remind us of shared duty to stay awake, alert, and responsible custodian of the people's trust on chartered accountants. Friends, we speak of growth, and today's event is just only focused on the audit and, of course, the vision of 2047, which will be shared by our chief guest, Shri Anurag Thakurji. It's not just in numbers or designations. It's about growing in relevance, in responsibility, and in resilience. The word of audit is changing faster than ever before. Once upon a time, we all chartered accountants, you all know that, we were seen as a watchdogs of the financial statements. But today, we are expected to be the strategic advisors, risk navigators, and sometimes fortune tellers to the businessmen. And honestly, that's what makes our profession so exciting. No 2 days are same, no two clients are alike, and no two challenges have the same solutions. That's why the conference like this matters, and they remind us that while technology can automate many tasks, the judgment, integrity, but the wisdom of chartered accountant can never be coded into algorithm. I truly believe that the Dubai chapter stands at the center of these transformations. With over 3,000 members, each one of us is not just carrying the pride of ICAI, but also the responsibility of being ambassadors of India, India's professionals' excellence in this part of the world. Don't we have a chance and a round of applause, don't you think? So today's let's not just earn the CP hours, let's earn the insight, let's earn the perspective, and let's earn the confidence to walk back into our offices tomorrow with the new ideas. As I like to say, the best part of our ICI events is not just the learning from the stage, but also the conversations over coffee during our networking, and that's why we are keeping at least the 60 minutes networking hours before the sessions. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all the dignitaries, speakers, panelists, and participants, and today is going to be a day of clarity, courage, and collaborations. It's my privilege to formally declare the sessions open. Jai Hind, Jai ICI, and welcome once again. Thank you. Friends, every successful journey has a guiding compass. For our chapter, that compass has always been the leadership of our chairman. It is under his vision that we are shaping this year of growth, and it is through his dedication and, of course, my entire team and our chapters continues to scale the new heights. And this morning, he will also give us a glimpse of the exciting calendars of programs that lie ahead of our members. With great pride and respect, may I now invite our beloved chairman, C.A. Jayaprakash Agarwal, to share his thoughts and address to the gatherings. Can I have the louder one, please?
Atmanirbhar Bharat, meaning self-reliant India, from independence to self-reliance, from independent India to self-reliant India. What is the difference? Good morning, ICI Dubai, an important day, an important event. No, please don't think I have mixed up the script between Independence Day and today. It's not the case. Independent to hum ho gaye, 78 years ho gaye, independent hue. Now it's time to be self-reliant. What is the difference? We are independent when our decisions are not controlled by others. But our circumstances, our dependencies can make others influence our decision. We are independent, but not self-reliant, because our decisions are dependent on someone because of our adversities, circumstances. What is self-reliant? Self-reliant is our decisions are neither controlled, nor influenced, nor taken by anyone except us. So, from independence to self-reliance is a journey of achieving self-sustenance and resilience. Atmanirbhar Bharat, the resilient and self-sustained India. Now, before I dive into the theme of the event, let's look at the calendar ahead and leaderboard quickly. Calendar ahead, we already discussed. August is already done. 9th August, we said we'll do digital tax integration with FTA for SME. It's already done. August 10th and 18th, Tech Master Center of Excellence. We will give you the case study. You do it, come back on 18th, have a look and learn by experiencing it, by doing it yourself. That also stands done. August 24th, last week, Independence Day. How many of you joined Independence Day and Onam celebration? Lovely. How was it? Good. Thank you. So this is also done. And today we are sitting on 31st August, future proofing of audit. And today we are discussing about what exactly future of audit is and what is global consultancies. So we are also doing this stuff. Good thing, 4 months have gone by, or 5 months have gone by. This is August, so 5 months are going by. And we are able to stick to our promises. We are able to stick to our calendars, except one. We did not do swimming, which we committed. Other than that, everything has been done. Don't think my committee deserves a round of applause for last 5 months? In short, the calendar is published and the calendar is followed and delivered. Moving ahead, September, how exactly we have planned? We have already shown you the calendar ahead. Let me again just reiterate. It's almost a gap of 15 days or 20 days before we discuss the calendar. Last month only we discussed. September 9th, it will be an online session on ICV certification. Very important. Nowadays, Abu Dhabi, you need ICV certification if you need to do a work in government. Now it has started in Dubai as well. So you need to know that if you are pitching work for government entities, maybe as a consultant, maybe from your business houses, ICV certification is required. What exactly it is, what exactly needs to be done, that will be covered. This is being done by Vijay. Vijay, can you stand up online? Vijay already did Independence Day. You have already seen what he does. So online session, he's organized. Flyer is ready. Most probably by tomorrow it will be going out and you can see what exactly we are doing in ICV certification. Next, on September 11th, we are doing UAE Indirect Tax Playbook. Yes, corporate tax is our priority, but we cannot forget about VAT, excise and customs. Again, an online event over Zoom for 2 hours. We'll talk about what are the updates on VAT, customs and excise. The speaker will be someone from KPMG. So a very good insights you will get on whatever the updates are. That will be September 11th, done by Sanjay. Sanjay, can you stand up, please? Give a round of applause for Sanjay for organizing this. And these are the online events. Now we talk about the physical ones. September is the last month for filing. Ek event to banta hai. So what we will do, September 13th, we will have a tax and compliance marathon. We'll start at 10 o'clock in the morning, we'll end up by 4 o'clock in the evening, and we'll cover everything from corporate tax, double taxation avoidance agreement, transfer pricing, whatever you say, everything will be covered in that marathon starting at 10 o'clock, ending at 4 o'clock. One more thing, I should not confirm it, but most likely we'll be going to our old venue of Higher College of Technology, where 1,000 of us can sit and learn together. We are going back. You always said, why not we explore those venues? We will explore again Higher College of Technology. तालियां बजा दीजिए सर, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. हम ही जा रहे हैं, हमारा चैप्टर ही जा रहा है वहाँ पर. चलिए, September 13th के बाद what we'll have is September 27th, which will be an investment summit. Taxes भर दिए आपने, पैसे बचे हैं, क्या करना है, investment करना है. So we will have an investment summit again starting at 10 o'clock, ending by 4. We'll give you all types of options. आपको long term करना है, short term करना है, listed space में करना है, unlisted space में करना है, equity में करना है, mutual fund में करना है, alternative funds में करना है. Everything will be given as a buffet to you to understand what exactly it is. And if you want to discuss with them, you can also discuss with them on investment part. That will be September 27. With this, September will get over and we move on to October. October, we will do one event which we planned in the month of July, but we could not do because of shortage of time. We'll do it, that is Pillar 2. Very important topic. We'll cover Pillar 2 in Taxes and Compliance Marathon. We'll cover Pillar 2 again, specifically only Pillar 2 on October 11th. Uske baad, as I said, my committee will go on a break. Why break? Because in month of November, we are planning 2 events. Big events. One is 2nd of November, which is a Diwali event, where all our families will again come together to celebrate Diwali. It will be a bigger event. And then followed with one more event, which is on 22nd and 23rd November, which is annual conference, the flagship event, jiska video aapne abhi dekha, Udaan. Right? So wo event rahega. That's why we will be preparing for this, and that's why till November, this will be our calendar. After this, when we reach towards September, I will give you another 3 months calendar. But this is the calendar. If you want to make a note of it, if you want to block your calendars, this will be a calendar you should remember. Moving ahead. These are flagship events I already told you. Leaderboard, no change in leaderboard. Leaderboard remains the same. Obviously, Dikshit Jain is the top influencer, bringing most of the members. Give a round of applause to Dikshit Jain, bringing most of the members in Dubai chapter. Next is Rajesh, power performer. He is the one who has introduced maximum number of speakers this year. So Rajesh ji, thank you very much for standing by us. Unni Krishnan, if you see new locations which are coming in, is because of these members who come up and tell us these are the new locations you can go. Master Blaster Unni Krishnan. Give a round of applause for Unni Krishnan. James is happy seeing someone from his team there. And the last one, Rajesh, for top contributor. So these are the different categories in which they will be awarded. All will be awarded in annual conference. Still 2 months to go. You think you can feature in here, then please either look for a sponsor or for a new venue or for introducing members, maximum number of members, or social contribution. Rajesh R is coming because of social contribution, so you can look at social contribution as well. Invest your time with the chapter. You may be standing there for the awards. Okay, with this leaderboard is done. Now coming back to the event. First of all, this event, have you seen number of speakers and panelists? Total number is 15, 1-5. And one person from my team was behind it. And I can see working since 6 a.m. in the morning, working till 10 o'clock in the night, reverting, replying, along with 2 more gentlemen. So he's not from my committee, I'll tell you. But first from my committee was working on this event throughout. Accommodation, and everyone is traveling, right? Accommodation, logistic, their travel arrangements. Can I have a round of applause for Balram? Balram, can you stand up, please? He's the person who was from XCOM doing all the arrangement for us. Along with that, he was not alone. One of our sponsors supported us. The reason you are seeing so many panelists and speakers, I was not able to reach them, but he helped me to reach out to them. He helped me to talk to them and ensure that they are coming for this event. Can I have Manu and Shashank stand up, please? Thank you very much. Give a round of applause. They are our sponsors. As well as they said, Jai Bhai, we will ensure audit event is something which we'll remember. Thank you very much for that. Now, we have all grown up seeing three types of segments in the economy, right? One is agriculture, which contributes to GDP. Second is manufacturing. Third is service. If I talk about India, agriculture is something which we are self-sustenance. क्योंकि मैंने बोला है आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात कर रहे हैं. For आत्मनिर्भर भारत, we are self-sustained for agriculture. Except edible oil, I guess we are producing everything in country, and we are doing good. Self-sustenance is there. Manufacturing, I guess 25% was Make in India target which we wanted to achieve. Obviously, Anurag ji is here. He will tell us what exactly we are doing. Manufacturing, we are still lagging behind. Around 17% of GDP we are contributing till now. But semiconductor manufacturing is starting in 2025 December in India. And when it starts, yes, I am telling you, when it starts, semiconductor manufacturing will push up again the targets which we are going for manufacturing to bring that resilience. So self-sustenance from agriculture is there. Resilience will come in when semiconductor manufacturing starts in India. And one thing which will take us on top and why we are coming, and we have already seen it. How many of you have used UPI in India? UPI? If you think it's convenient, say yes. Yes, right? Trust me, this UPI, we are the leaders. As India, we are the leaders of UPI. We are exporting the services, we are exporting the technique, know-how, the entire deck, the entire tech specs from India to other countries, including France, including Singapore. All these countries are depending on us for UPI. Now, Jay, this event is different. Yes. Why I'm telling you all this? This is last 10 years journey, my dear friends. On June 2025, our Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi, along with PMO office, come up with a new initiative, which is Desi Global Consultancies. I want Big Four from India. The vision is big. Big Four, we already know, is doing good, but these are not Indian companies. This time, the vision is to bring these Big Four from India. Why? Sir, 38,000 crore rupees is the revenue of Big Four from India only. 38,000 crore. In dollar terms, it is $4.5 billion. Big Four is making from India. In 2024, that is a recorded number. In 2025, the number is going to be 45,000 crore Indian rupees. That is somewhere around $5.2 billion we are talking about. Big Four, such a big chunk. Going to whom? Only Big Four, which are not Indians. That is why the vision is to bring our own Big Four and have that vision. We have to go global. And that is why our theme is inspired by our PMO office, done in June 25. As Dubai chapter, we are saying we should also do it. Why? Because Dubai is the corridor for Middle East and Africa. Everything starts from here. When you start from India, you land up in Dubai to open the corridor for Middle East and Africa, and then you go global. That is the reason India UAE will play a crucial role in achieving a Big Four vision. और जब हम Big Four की बात करते हैं, सबसे पहले किसका ध्यान आता है? Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And that is why, yes sir, हमको proud होना चाहिए. Now, one initiative which PMO is looking forward to us is, as Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, is to create a Desi global consultancies, Big Four from India, and that is the vision we are doing it here. कि आज समझते हैं how we can do it, how we can create that network. What is our vision? What is our PMO vision? Let me thank Anuragji Thakur to sir come here and address our audience to share that vision. Can I have a round of applause? He landed at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was sitting beside him. I asked him, sir, did you have sleep? He said, Jay, only 15 minutes. I am here for your conference to ensure, yes, 2047 vision is met for India. What is the vision? We'll hear from him. Thank you, sir, for making it. And when you are back again, you will be in your parliamentary duties. Thanks for making it up. Second, can you go global without technology? No. Technology is required, right? Without embracing technology, no one can go global. That is why our second panel will be on technology. How you can automate it. Is it only on the books? Is it only on the paper? Or is there a practical application? The next panel, the next speaker, Rajiv ji, will tell us how exactly technology you can embrace practically, and firms have done it. वो सीखेंगे. We want that technology here if we want to go global. And lastly, the last session is something which is fire right now in Dubai. What is the fire for corporate tax? Corporate tax filing करनी है. Last date, 30 September, 80% of the companies are following that bucket. So last session is done by three stalwarts, I can say. Why I say? Or 3 superheroes or superheroines. Otherwise, heroes बोल के फिर वो लगेगा सिर्फ मेल की बात हो रही है. 3 superheroines because they are managing their duties as XCOM, and they were also preparing their deck in a week's time to tell you how exactly audit report will be seen in corporate tax world. एक चीज आपको बता के जाता हूँ, एक सीक्रेट बता के जाता हूँ. If you will be staying there, trust me, the first slide which they will show you, the first slide, you will have a smile on your face. What is it? I will leave it to them. Let them show it. But you will have a smile for sure. If you have a smile, let me know, Jai bhai, you are right. There was a smile on our face when we saw the last session, first slide. Trust me, it will be there. With this, let's start the new session. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Chairman C. Jai Prakash Agarwal, for that wonderful start and the address. I don't know about that smile on the face in that sessions, but yes, now all the members are smiling after your address. So, you shared the vision, but not only the vision, you shared the vision with the vitality, and sharing that exciting roadmap and the calendar ahead. Your words truly set the tone for today's reminders why our chapter stands strong as a family and as a force. Can I have a huge round of applause for our chairman, C.A. Jai Prakash Agarwal. Friends, the highlight of today's conference is truly special. We are honored to have with us today the leader who represents both youth and vision, energy and experience. Our chief guest, Shri Anurag Singh Ji Thakur, is a distinguished 5-time member of Parliament, a change maker whose journey had spanned from the policy making to strengthening India's global presence. But what makes his presence here even more exciting is the theme he's going to address. Vision 2047, the new era for the big consulting, as just mentioned by our chairman. As professional, we often speak about the future of audit, assurance, but 2047, when India will be completing 100 years of its independence, the challenges us to think bigger. What will consulting and advisory look like in a world shaped by AI, global mobility, and disruptive innovations? How do we as a chartered accountant and consultants adapt and lead in this new era? Shri Anurag Thakur has not only witnessed but also shaped the transformations in governance, policy, and institutions. I'm not going to take much of the time, and for his illustrious formal introduction, I will call some up on the stage, the Vice Chairman, the dynamic leader, C.A. Rishi Chawla, to formally introduce Shri Anurag Thakur. Can I have a tremendous one for our Vice Chairman?
Thank you so much, Secretary Saab and Chairman Saab. Such a great, passionate, I would say, delivery in the morning, Sunday morning. And can you have a thunder round of applause for the Chairman? We can see his calendar. Sir, आ नहीं रही है वो बजा जितनी जज्बात से he presented. I think he needs a really heartful round of applause from everyone. At the back also, in the front, everybody please cheer him up because his passion is what we need and he's putting all his energy into our chapter. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Good morning to all the respected dignitaries. Our chief guest of the day, Shri Anurag Thakurji. Thank you so much. You landing up right 4 a.m. in the morning and you look very fresh and fit. I'm really impressed. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to learn from you and also for the vision which you want to speak to us later today. And our speaker of the day, CA Rajiv Gupta ji, our moderators and panelists, seniors and fellow members. Today is not just another seminar. It's a time to step out of our comfort zone. A time where the question isn't it if the world is changing, but how fast and how we are adapting quickly enough. It reminds me of that famous book, I'm sure many of us have read that, Who Moved My Cheese? A simple story of 4 characters learning to adapt when the cheese disappears, or basically the comfort zone is gone. In the world of audit advisory and consulting, the cheese is moving every day. What worked before may not work tomorrow. What was our strength may become a blind spot in future. I still remember, I'm sure most of us remember of our articleship days, at least I'm talking about 20 years back, where we used to have those hard copy files and things like that. Then moved to the era where we had spreadsheet and the audit softwares. And now we are in the era where AI is basically helping us take decisions, even to identify the risk and how do we tackle those kind of companies. And the fact does not stay here. The companies are getting global. So the companies who were in a small city or state few years back are now global. I'm sure you must have seen all the companies out of India are spreading wings all across the world. And very much, I would say, the Institute of Chartered Accountants have thought about it, very important, because these companies need support by the chartered accountants, and the only people they rely solely on are the Indian chartered accountants. So it becomes imperative and very important that all of us think big and go to that big 4 or the big consulting firms, which is the next era, where AI, we are already leading it. Now how to use this AI and work together to form those big firms for us in future. That's why the events theme, Automate, Adopt, and Assure, isn't just a strategy. It's survival, it's relevant, and it's very, very critical. And to open this day of insights and future-focused thinking, we are honored to be joined by someone who himself is a symbol of change, energy, and vision. A name who truly needs no introduction. Shri Anurag Thakurji, a senior leader of Bharatiya Janata Party, 5-time Member of Parliament representing Hamirpur, Himachal Pradesh. He has served Union Cabinet Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports. He's been former Minister of State for Finance and Corporate Affairs. Over his parliamentary career, he has chaired several committees and earned recognition as the youngest Chief Whip of the 16th Lok Sabha, youngest Chief Whip of the 16th Lok Sabha. So that's really a big thing. And he is truly young. I felt, he is the physique, the fitness. I'm sure he looks like a athlete to me. I mean, I'm really impressed with the way he carried to him. I think he needs a big round of applause. I'm really, really impressed. This is the youngest generation which are always, encouraging us and inspiring us to move forward. He's been the president of BCCI, the Board of Cricket of Control in India. I'm sure BCCI everybody knows. He was instrumental in cricket's evolution, including the establishment of iconic Dharamshala International Stadium. And in 2016, he became the first BJP MP commissioned into the Territorial Army, proudly rising to the rank of captain in 2021. That's even a great thing to really go to even to the border, to the army level, just to see how he can support the country. He's been honored with multiple awards such as Sansad Ratna, Best Young Parliamentarian Award, and named as Young Global Leader by the World Economic Forum. He's going to talk to us about the new era of 2047 for the big consulting firm. So give him a big thunderous round of applause as we welcome him onto the sir. So Anurag ji, please, if we can have you on the stage. तालियां बजती रहे जब तक वो स्टेज रखा रहे हैं. Such a great moment for us.
Namaste, a very good morning to all of you. Chairman Shri Jayaprakash Agarwal ji, Vice Chair CA Rishi Chawla ji, Secretary CA Amit Khetan ji, and Treasurer, ICAI ka Treasurer. सबकी निगाहें आशना जी की ओर है, क्योंकि जो दुनिया भर की कंपनीज का खजाने के ऊपर जिसकी हस्ताक्षर चलते हैं वो आपके हैं, और आपके खजाने पे जिसके चलते हैं वो आशना जी के हैं. So my dear chartered accountants, ladies and gentlemen, once again a very good morning to all of you. I sincerely thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts and deliberate on the roles and responsibilities of the chartered accountants and the consulting firms in today's rapidly changing global scenario. This program will have an important takeaway as far as redrawing our strategy for India's future role in global advisory and consultancy is concerned. I was listening very carefully to Mr. Jayaprakash Agarwal's speech. It was fiery, full of achievements. I was wondering when he was mentioning about the leaderboard, you already have 4 power performers from top influencer, power performer, master blaster, and top contributor. You have 4 individuals who have done well. We are waiting for the time when we have the 4 big consulting firms from India to make that mark. So my dear friends, that day is not far. I know you're going to do that, and you're going to make all of us proud. I'm happy to know that Rising Audit Organization, Auditor's Desk, is associated with the organization of this mega event. I'm happy for 2 reasons. First of all, an Indian audit company has taken such a great stride in the field of advisory and consultancy. And second, few members are also, the co-founder is from my home state of Himachal Pradesh. As far as the ICI is concerned, you have a significant role to play. India has taken a pledge to become a developed nation by 2047. Therefore, you are not merely in an advisory role, but in the driving seat of this great dream of Viksit Bharat. You have earned respect and trust through your accurate calculation, honest service to your client and to the nation. And not only to India, but across the world, we hear great things about the Indian CEA and the consulting firms. I remember how our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi once said, and I would like to quote, "The signature of a chartered accountant is more powerful than the signature of a Prime Minister," I unquote. So this speaks not about the power of your signature, but about the priority it holds, the importance it holds. I'm filled with sense of pride to know that the ICAI is the 2nd largest professional body of chartered accountants across the world, with over 8.5 lakh students and around 4.15 lakh members. ICI has such a wide network with 5 regional councils, 175 branches, 50 overseas chapters, and 31 representative offices across the globe. Among 50 overseas chapters, ICAI Dubai chapter is the largest and most vibrant chapter of ICAI. And we all know it is not only for the Dubai, but for the Middle East and for the African countries. So thank you for putting up your hard work, making all of us proud. So we are proud to belong to the world's oldest civilization. I hope that referring to India as the world's oldest civilization will not offend those who have issues with our proud culture and history. We are known for our financial probity and consider ourselves accountable of every penny earned, received, and spent. We are proud to belong to a civilization which had taught the world about the tools of good governance. Our ancient scriptures, such as Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, and Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and others are not merely treasure troves of spiritualism and wisdom. They are also treatises on governance, public administration, and the foundation of a value-based society. From the humble Bahi Khata to the blockchain ledger, from a palm leaf manuscripts to the predictive analytic dashboards, India's accounting and consulting journey is ancient, adaptive, and forward-looking. Bharat's accounting journey began thousands of years ago in ancient India, where the roots of modern accounting run deep. In the Vedic era, textbooks like the Rig Veda referenced meticulous record keeping for trade and rituals. Fast forward to the Mauryan Empire, Chanakya's Arthashastra laid out sophisticated principles of what we should call accounting standards. It prescribed separation of duties, treasury oversight, financial management, systematic record keeping, even surprise audits to prevent fraud. Even the Indus Valley civilization showed evidence of standardization, standardized weights and seals for trade accounting. So the heritage is clear. Trust, transparency, and governance, these are not imported ideas, they are embedded in our DNA. This rich heritage isn't just history, it is the foundation of our ambition to build our own big consulting giants with a global vision. Ladies and gentlemen, tradition believes in the trust and transparency in governance. The biggest difference between the East and the West is that we are neither mean-minded nor money-minded. Pai pai ka hisab, record of single penny, that is our motto. Decade of phenomenal journey. And what should be our target? Make India develop. Bharat ko viksit banana hi hamara lakshya hai. Ladies and gentlemen, India has become from the 11th largest, which was in 2014, from 11th largest to the 4th largest economy of the world, and in the next 2 years, India is going to become the 3rd largest economy of the world. With a projected GDP of $7.3 trillion by 2030, no wonder if we become the 3rd largest economy in the next few years. In the years to come, India will become, and India is going to contribute 20% of the total global growth. For the past decade, India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, have been steadily on the path of socio-economic progression, guided by our mantra, reform, perform, and transform. Be it empowering women and socio-economically deprived groups, developing infrastructure, introducing fiscal reforms, encouraging startups, or supporting research and development, the leadership of our country has been very clear with its objective. From PM to people, it is our collective dream to make India a Viksit Bharat. It is high time, I sincerely urge ICAI to refine its role and responsibility in the wake of transformation which India is undergoing. Make India a developed nation is a historic moment of this millennium, and chartered accountants must lead it. We have moved from a sluggish to progressive economy, from the fragile five to the first five economies, from cash to less cash, and a situation where people file taxes are contribution towards building nation. You must be proud of UPI Bheem. India has become the world's largest digital transaction country. We make about 48% of the world's digital transaction. As far as the taxpayers are concerned, between 2014-15 and 2023-24, the number of taxpayers increased by 82%. In 2014-15, it was only 5.7 crore people who used to pay their tax. In 2023-24, the number rose to 10.4 crore. Similarly, the tax receipt increased by 182%. India is a home to 1.85 lakh. क्या है 1.85 lakh? I would like to take you back to 2014. It was only 450 startups, and from there, India has gone up from 450 to 1,85,000 registered startups in India, has made India the third largest startup ecosystem. And these startups have employed close to 2 million people. We have more than 120 unicorns today, and the number is increasing with each passing day. This phenomenal rise in startups is driven by a conducive and supportive entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have approximately 10,244 fintech entities, which is the third largest in the world. All of this shows economy and earning of people are on rise in India, and entrepreneurship has become a new norm. When I travel to universities, colleges, when I meet a lot of youngsters, most of them talk about starting their own startups, become an entrepreneur, to become a job giver rather than the job taker. This change of mindset is helping India to have more and more entrepreneurship. That means ICI will have more and more clients and compliances to handle. You will be busy that you will hardly find a moment to catch your breath. By 2030, when India will be moving from the third largest towards the second largest economy, we will require as many as 10 lakh professionally trained chartered accountants. The dynamics and dimension of the Indian economy, our trade, commerce and industry have completely changed. So time is for you to shift from traditional audits to tech-driven, multidisciplinary solutions. Chartered accountants are traditionally seen as business protector. Now it is time to be business enabler. Your job is now not limited to verifying books of accounts or ensuring statutory compliance. With the integration of data analytics, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and other emerging technologies, chartered accountants are expected to provide deeper business insights, detect risk proactively, and support decision making. Your multidisciplinary role, combining finance, taxation, corporate governance, management consulting, technology advisory, is the demand of the time, so that you deliver holistic solution for business and the economy. In short, you will have to battle ready for one-stop solutions. Because when I speak to my lawyer friends, they look at the AI solutions where the younger generation is hardly working on spending time to, have their own legal formats. They look at the AI tools. So there's going to be challenge and disruption in your field as well. It is the right time when India should think and proceed in terms of India's own Big Four advisory and consulting firms. Why so? Because today India matters to the world and the world matters to India. Brand India has become attractive to the global talent and investors. We receive a large number of FDI every year. Our forex reserve is the highest ever. There are many more enterprises or entrepreneurs coming up every year. So bigger India need bigger players for more independent trust and sound advice. But when I talk about the Big Four, I'd like to spend more time on that. But when I look back in India, those Big Four also employ more than 350,000 people, and majority of them, I'll say 99.9% will be Indians among them, led by Indian partners. और यहाँ पर मुझे एक बात याद आती है, जब मैं क्रिकेट खेलता था तो मैंने कई बार देखा कि मैंने बहुत रन बनाए लेकिन मेरी सिलेक्शन इंडियन टीम में नहीं हुई जब अंडर 16 में। बहुत उदास था, हताश था, तो मेरे ताया जी ने मुझे कहा कि क्यों परेशान हो। मैंने कहा जी मैंने इतने रन बना दिए और वो इतने रन वाला सिलेक्ट हो गया। तो उन्होंने कहा कभी ये मत सोचो कि दूसरे ने क्या किया और तुम क्यों रह गए। तुम केवल अगर दूसरे की लकीर देखते रहोगे तो फंस जाओगे। तुम्हें ये करना है कि अपनी लकीर लंबी खींचनी है। और एक और मैं उदाहरण आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। एक बहुत बड़े योद्धा हुए, बहुत बड़े सम्राट हुए। वो एक के बाद दूसरा देश जीतते जा रहे थे और कई देशों के ऊपर युद्ध जीतने के बाद एक शाम को जब वो बैठे थे तो उन्होंने अपने ज्योतिषी को बुलाया, पंडित को बुलाया और कहा कि मेरा हाथ देखकर बताओ कि मेरा भाग्य क्या कहता है कि मैं क्या भविष्य में करने वाला। तो उसने उसका हाथ देखा और घबरा गया और उसने उसका हाथ छोड़ के कहा महाराज मुझे माफ़ करें, मैं इस पर कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहूँगा। तो उन्होंने कहा मैं तुम्हें हुक्म देता हूँ, ये बताओ कि मेरा भविष्य क्या है। तो उसने कहा मुझे अगर जीवन दान दोगे तो मैं कहूँगा। उसने कहा जीवन दान दिया, बताओ क्या कहता है। तो उसने कहा साहब आपके यहाँ पर भाग्य रेखा ही नहीं आपके हाथ में, तो मैं आपका भविष्य क्या बताऊँ। तो उसने अपनी कटार निकाली यहाँ से और एक लंबी सी लाइन अपने हाथ पे खींच दी और कहा अब देखकर बताओ कि भाग्य रेखा क्या कहती है। तो उसने कहा जो अपनी भाग्य रेखा स्वयं खींच सकता है उसका भाग्य मैं क्या बता सकता हूँ महाराज। तो आईसीआई के मेरे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट मेंबर्स को मैं यही कहना चाहता हूँ, आज केवल आपको अपने भाग्य की रेखा स्वयं नहीं खींचनी, भारत के भाग्य की रेखा भी आपको ही खींचनी है। And if I look at the Big Four, why do you restrict at only Big Four? There are another 3 also. So in total it becomes 7 from Deloitte, EY, KPMG, PwC. These are the Big Four. And which are the other 3? McKinsey, BCG and Bain. So stop looking at this, start setting your own benchmarks and set a bigger goal. Because wherever I've traveled in the world, I was recently in the Africa when Prime Minister sent us on a delegation after Operation Sindoor. People talk so high about the Indian CAs and they are so competitive. What they do in one day, our CAs can't do that in 10 days, what they speak about the competence of Indian CAs. So I think the world is looking at you. But you must know how much business these Big 4 or 7 are going to have in this financial year. They are going to have 45,000 crore rupees revenue. It's a huge revenue. So can't we think in the terms of cultivating our own Big 4 consulting firms? Yes, we can. There is a huge vacuum. If our partners, our own Indians can become the partners, they can employ more than 350,000 Indians also to get this kind of revenue. We can also do it. My question is, why should Indian companies not to build world-class consulting platforms? After all, some of the most powerful global firms are led by the Indian leaders, Indian CAs. If our talent can lead the world stage, there is no reason why we can't create institutions of global repute right here on our own soil and across the globe. We should consult and cultivate our own advisory and consultative ecosystem to reduce our dependence on the professional or the foreign origin powerful those firms. Just as the Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat was launched to promote a mindset of self-reliant India, स्वदेशी से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर जाने के लिए, अगर आज आप देखेंगे, और मैं कुछ लाइनें हिंदी में जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, अगर आज आप देखेंगे, कुछ क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं जहां पे भारत ने बहुत शानदार काम किया है. Where does India stand today? India is the third largest automobile manufacturer in the world. India has become the second largest mobile manufacturer of the world. We are the second largest steel manufacturer of the world. In the agriculture and the milk production, we are the leaders. If you look at sector after sector, we are one of the leaders in the world. And if you look at the UPI Bheem, the digital transaction, we are the leader in the world. 48% market share is with India. So we have the capability and the capacity to lead the world, not to follow. And we are the trusted people. And if you look at the defense sector, our defense production last year was more than 1 lakh crore rupees. Our export grew from 600 crore rupees to 24,000 crore rupees, manifold. And in the next few years, India will be the third largest defense manufacturer of the world. हम कहीं नहीं थे, वहां से यहां तक आए. And in the recent Operation Sindoor, it was India's Make in India defense products which played a very, very important role. So from manufacturing to the services, India has done extremely well. Not only that, if you look at the services में देखता हूँ welfare sector in India. और ये कुछ आंकड़े मैं आपको हिंदी में बताऊंगा और अंग्रेजी में, क्योंकि कुछ ऑडियंस ऐसी जो अंग्रेजी हिंदी नहीं समझ पाएगी, लेकिन हिंदी तो समझते हैं ना अधिकतर लोग तो. हाँ, तो हमने पिछले 10-11 वर्षों में क्या किया है, or let me say it in English only. From 16 IITs to 23 IITs, from 12 IIM to 21 IIM, 9 IIIT to 25 IIIT, 380 medical colleges to 760 medical colleges, 760 universities to 1,170 universities, 5 cities which had the metro connectivity. Today we have 21 cities which had the metro connectivity. 96,000 kilometers of national highway to 1,50,000 kilometers of national highway. Rural roads from 3,23,000 to 7,40,000 kilometers of rural road connectivity. Not only this, from 120 million toilets built for the poor, 40 million houses built for the poor, 30 million new houses are in the progress to be made for the poor, 170 million houses are given the tap potable clean drinking water, 500 million people are given the free of cost 5 lakh rupees medical facility, age group of 70 plus are given the 5 lakh rupees free medical facility. If you look at these sectors, these are the welfare sectors. We could achieve this. Why? Because the Indian taxpayers have paid their taxes honestly, and our chartered accountant has played a very, very important in that to make India the 4th largest economy of the world. So, my dear friends, to have our own big four is not out of passion or fashion. This is the need of the hour. But our concerns are also of the national security and sovereignty and also the security of our data. So India's growth story can't be dependent only on the foreign firms. We need to cultivate our own. So Narendra Modi government has indeed begun taking steps to build an indigenous advisory and consultative ecosystem. Dear friends, in the future, India, Middle East and Africa will form a great and powerful economic bloc, what we call the growth triangle of the 21st century. India, UAE, CEPA, which is the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, is already transforming bilateral trade. India-Africa trade has crossed $100 billion. Dubai is fast becoming the services hub linking Asia and Africa. Dubai as a linker facilitates knowledge exchanges and provide facilities and opportunities for joint ventures and advisories for mega projects. Consultants have a big role to play as a connector between the emerging and developing economies. I'm glad to see that the ICI Dubai is working on multiple fronts to exploit opportunities and further enhance capabilities and diversifying areas for expertise. With India's frugal innovation, जुगाड़ तो जानते ही होंगे ना? With India's frugal innovation, we can ensure technology serves humanity ethically by scaling consulting from Delhi and Dubai to Davos and Dallas and lead the way for the world. If we talk about Narendra Modi government, then I can say with confidence that the government has a very clear objective to establish brand ICI at the global stage. And when we hosted the G20, it was a very, very successful G20 after so many years when some outcome was there. And we also talked about the Global Biofuel Alliance and also a route which passes from India, Middle East to the UK or to EU. This is the future corridor. And I'm sure you understand the importance of that. And we see Dubai is becoming a hub, as I said, between Africa and India. And Prime Minister Modi is leading from the front as far as the global south is concerned. So you have to lead as a consulting firm, as a chartered accountant firms in these regions as well. If you remember about the action plan for champion sector in the services started by the Modi government, accounting and the financial services was among the 12 identified champion services. The government earmarked about 5,000 crore rupees for the sectoral development. The objective was to meet the domestic and the global demand of the accounting experts. If you see the number of MOU which ICI has signed with its foreign counterpart, it becomes clear the kind of support ICI has received. In 2021 alone, ICI had signed the maximum number of MOUs and reciprocity agreement with the different foreign bodies, be it Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Oman, Tanzania, Nigeria, Kenya. ICI has extended its collaboration. Similarly, on the 1st July 2025, coinciding with the CEA Day, we witnessed the launch of India's first major domestic alliance for consulting, KPSS, an alliance proudly comprising SS Kothari Mehta and Company Limited, Cretan and Pandit Limited LLP, Guru and Jana LLP. These three firms from Delhi, Mumbai and Bangalore made a landmark collaboration that sets the tone for how Indian firms can come together and under shared values not just to compete but also to collaborate and lead across IMEA region. We now need to replicate and scale such alliances where collective strength drives global impact. Ladies and gentlemen, we are undergoing an exceptional era of exponential reforms. From trade, commerce, industry to tax, structural and policy reforms, India has made a substantial development in science and innovation. We are making debut in territories to fulfill our requirements for development and meeting global standards and international competitions. These are not just governance reforms, but are consulting case studies. The Indian consulting firms can export globally while advising on similar transformation in the IMEA region and beyond. The world keenly watches the idea of innovation of India. I gave you the example of Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobility. It revolutionized, digitized and modernized our concept of socio-economic welfare. Taking the example of UPI Bheem, the biggest example of digitization or the digital disruption of economy, UPI has revolutionized payments with 12 billion plus transactions monthly. India accounts for 49% of global real-time digital payments. Another milestone in the new Income Tax Act of 2025 passed by the Modi government recently in the monsoon session after good consultation and stakeholder engagement process by a select committee of the Lok Sabha. It consolidates and simplifies the 1961 law, reducing the labyrinth of sections into cleaner, simpler language. The new law aims to simplify and modernize the tax architecture while strengthening digital faceless process and streamlining compliance. The CBDT is already moving to simplify ITR forms to align with the new law, and the overall package emphasizes faceless assessments, procedural fairness, and quicker refunds. These changes will materially ease the operational burden on CAs and ITR practitioners. These reforms, together with clear drafting and reduced human touchpoints, will free up professional challenges. मैं एक बात तो पूरे हक के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि जब मैं MOS फाइनेंस भी था, तब नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमें बहुत स्पष्ट तौर पर 2-3 बातें कही थी. एक, स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम की मदद करने के लिए कि उनके ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा कंप्लायंस बर्डन ना रहे, उसको कम कैसे किया जाए. दूसरा, ओवरऑल इंडस्ट्री का कंप्लायंस बर्डन कैसे कम हो. और तीसरा, क्लीन अकाउंटिंग से लेकर फेसलेस असेसमेंट की ओर हम आगे कैसे बढ़े. और उन 2 वर्षों में हमने वो सब करने का प्रयास किया. आज उसका ये देखने को असर मिलता है, जहां एक और IT एक्ट हम नया लाए हैं, फेसलेस असेसमेंट हमने इन प्लेस कर दी है. वहीं पर टैक्स पेयर्स का बेस ज़्यादा ब्रॉडन हुआ है और जो हमने टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन काम किया उसका भी कहीं ना कहीं फ़ायदा ये हुआ. और जो टैक्स 2 लाख रुपए के बाद आपको टैक्स देना पड़ता था, आज उसको 12 लाख रुपए तक ज़ीरो टैक्स करने के बाद उसका भी एक बड़ा प्रभाव पड़ा. ज़्यादा लोग टैक्स सिस्टम के अंदर आए. 2017 में हमने जो GST रिफॉर्म्स लाए, आज मुझे कहते हुए प्रसन्नता है, प्रति महीना जो हमारी मंथली टैक्स कलेक्शन GST की है वो लगभग ऑन एन एवरेज 1.7 लाख करोड़ है. जो 80,000 करोड़ हुआ करती थी वहाँ से 1,75,000 करोड़ हुई. अब GST में और रिफॉर्म्स आ रहे हैं. 4 की बजाय 2 ही टैक्स रेट करने की ओर हम आगे बढ़े हैं. लगातार प्रयास है कि हम इसको कितना और सरल कर सकें, सुविधाजनक कर सकें, ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग व्यापार में भी आएं, अपना टैक्स आसानी से भरें. जहां मैं दुबई में देखता हूं कि बहुत आसानी से आप फॉर्म बना सकते हैं, बहुत कम लोगों को टैक्स लगता है, आप अपने व्यापार को बढ़ा सकते हैं और अपनी कमाई को व्यापार के बढ़ाने में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लगा सकते हैं. उसी दिशा में हमने अपना कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स रेट भी कम किया था, ताकि ग्लोबल जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो बाकी दुनिया भर के देशों का टैक्स है, कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स है, उसके बराबर हम आ पाएँ. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एफडीआई हमारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में आए, लोकल पैसा भी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में लगे। जितना लगना चाहिए शायद उतना नहीं लग पा रहा, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी युवा आबादी, with a population of 1.4 billion people, the 65% is below the age of 35 years. And if you look at the 15 to 19 age group, we have 400 million youngsters. So you can look at the potential of India, but also an area to really look at, because they will all need jobs. And manufacturing is the way forward. And to get more and more manufacturing facilities in India, we need to collaborate, we need to get more and more investments also. We need to create an ecosystem where we have more startups and also a lot of manufacturing facilities. At the same time, we need more and more a much bigger consulting firm, or CA firms, to lead India from the front. And today, after listening to Mr. Jayaprakash Agarwal, your chairman, I can say, well, you are ready to lead from the front. He talked about the swimming session. स्विमिंग करते हुए डाइव डीप, आप जितनी गहराई में जाएं जाएं, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन ऊंची उड़ान भरने का दम भर लीजिए, क्योंकि आपको यहीं से ऊंची उड़ान भरनी है और भारत को नई ऊंचाइयों पर लेकर जाना है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है आप केवल एक कंसल्टिंग फर्म के नाते नहीं, एक बड़े इकोसिस्टम के नाते, जो ब्रांड इंडिया की धूम आज हम पूरे भारत नहीं पूरी दुनिया भर में देख रहे हैं, उस ब्रांड इंडिया की धूम मचाने में जहां प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी ने उसका नेतृत्व किया है, आप स्वयं हमारे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट एक ब्रांड इंडिया के रूप में आज दुनिया भर के देशों में एक चमकते सितारे के रूप में हो, क्योंकि आपके कामकाज को देखकर, आपकी बातों को सुनकर हजारों हजार लोग दुनिया भर से हमारे भारत में निवेश करने आते हैं, जिसके कारण लाखों लाखों युवाओं को रोजगार के अवसर उत्पन्न होते हैं। तो आपकी इन उपलब्धियों के लिए मैं जहां एक और आपका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं, आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं, आपसे अनुरोध करता हूं, आप इसी तरह से लीड करते रहिए और बिग फोर क्या, इन बिग फोर से आगे निकल के जाएंगे, नए बेंचमार्क स्थापित करेंगे, भारत का नाम रोशन करेंगे और कहेंगे 21वीं शताब्दी भारत की है, भारत की कंसल्टिंग फर्म्स की है, भारत के सीएस की है, और जोर से बोले भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, Anurag Thakurji, for your inspiring words. You have not, sir, only shared your vision, but also infused it with the clarity and the energy that we all can carry forward. And as a professional, sir, we always often talk about the assurance in numbers, but today you have given us the assurance in purpose as well. So thank you so much, sir. And with that, I request the chairman, vice chairman is already here. Thank you so much, and I request my ex-com to please come quickly on the stage for a group photograph. Thank you, ex-com. Please take your seats. I request with that all the past chairmen, former chairmen, please come on the stage for a group photograph. Thank you so much, sir. Also, I would like to say, when the vision is the backed with the action, becomes the transformation. And I think, sir, we all are ready for that transformation. As you said, lakir bahut lambi kheenchni hai. So thank you so much for gracing us with your presence and wisdom. And thanks all the dignitaries and all the former chairs to come on the stage. And with that wonderful start, it's now time to dive into the heart of today's learning. Our first panel discussions will focus on a subject that is both timely and inspiring. From being regional to going global, what works and what not. What makes these sessions even more special is that the two of our former chairmen of ICI Dubai chapter will be joining as the panelists in these sessions. Their presence is not only a wealth of knowledge, but also a reminder of the legacy and leadership that has shaped our chapter over the years. And to introduce the esteemed moderator and the full panel, may I now invite our fellow ExCom member, CA Sanjay Gagrani, to kindly do the honors. Sanjay, bhai, stage is yours. Can I have a huge round of applause for Sanjay Gagrani?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. As Sri Anuragji said, from Bahi Khata to blockchain, from manuscript to the machine language, and from the Red Book of Munimji Red Books to now AI dashboard. We are not going to create a bigger line, sir. We, Indian Chartered Accountant, will make the line not only bigger, but wider and strong. So we are not competing with the Big Four. We are preparing to say, Bharat ka Big Four is coming. So namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are about to, but how to do that? So for that, we are about to begin a fascinating discussion on the topic at the heart of our profession, the journey from being a regional powerhouse to global player. The panel features 6 remarkable leaders who will inspire us with their stories, ambition, strategy, and success. To start with the moderator, CA Bishal Doshi, an esteemed Central Council member of ICI India. Mr. Doshi is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience. As a practice leader of audit and assurance at KC Mehta and Company, he possesses a deep understanding of the intricacy of the field. As global thought leader, he currently also serves as an International Auditing and Assurance Standard Board 2024-2026. To his credit, he has been awarded the Rashtrapati Scout Award by the Honorable President of India, Sri K.R. Narayan. Sir, we look forward to hearing your insight, how to build a global vision from a strong regional foundation. Welcome, Shri Bishal Doshi ji. Now, the first panelist speaker, our own CA James Matthew, a visionary CEO and managing partner at UHY James, Chartered Accountant. Mr. Matthew is a financial titan with a career spanning nearly 3 decades. A fellow member of ICI and certified CPA in USA, he is the first from the MENA region to have been elected twice to the global board of a top 8 accounting firm. He has also served on the board of the SSF for the Mohammed bin Rashid Award. Sir, we look forward to hearing your candid insight on the pivotal decision and real-world strategy that we are crucial for the firm's global expansion. Our next panelist speaker is CA Prashant Lakshmi Narayan. CA Prashant ji is with over 16 years experience in the IT industry. Mr. Lakshmi Narayan is a principal member of the technical staff at Salesforce and a key figure at Kuru and Zana. He brings a fresh perspective to the panel, focusing on how the technology is a game changer. CA Prasanta will surely explain how to leverage the cutting-edge technology and automation to streamline operation and break through geographical barriers. Sir, we are eager to learn how to make technology as our most powerful tool in this global journey. Welcome. Yeah, we can give a round of applause to him also, please. The next international speaker, Mr. Clive Mukodeva. He was a managing partner at PwC Zimbabwe. Currently, he serves as a managing director of Vista Chartered Accountant with almost 30 years of experience, having navigated professional landscape across multiple countries. He will offer a unique perspective on the challenges and opportunities of entering diverse international market. His talk will provide essential tips on adapting to new regulatory environment and building a strong cross-cultural team. He will provide the blueprint for navigating international waters. Welcome, sir. CA Praveen Kumar, as the National Assurance Head of ASA Baker Tilly in India, Mr. Kumar is a dynamic leader with a strong background in indirect taxes and corporate affairs. He's an expert at navigating complex regulatory landscape with vast experience in auditing and assurance services. He has received recognition for his work, including the International Outstanding Engine of the Year Award in Computer Science in 2024. We welcome you, sir. The last but not the least, our own S. Venkatesh, founder and managing partner at MCA Gulf. Mr. Venkatesh is a celebrated business executive, over 31 years of experience in strategic advisory, risk management, and assurance services. Beyond his professional achievement, he is a renowned humanitarian, recognizing the prestigious award for his community services, including Dada Saheb Phalke Award for Humanitarian Excellence. His talk, yes, you can clap for him as well. His talk will share how the firm's commitment to community and integrity has driven his success. So with this, I welcome you all, the panel speaker and moderator, and over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to everybody. At the outset, I would like to compliment the organizers, especially ICI Dubai, for arranging this wonderful event, and especially what is the need of the hour. Special thanks to our chief guest, Anurag Thakurji, for a very motivating and thought-provoking lecture. And sir, we will keep in mind some of the key words or phrases that I noted. One very important and which touched me a lot was that as Indians, we are neither mean-minded nor money-minded. I think that is the foundation of ours, and our compliments extremely satisfying to see so many of our Indian chartered accountant brothers and sisters outside India who are present over here in Dubai, in UAE, and making brand India even in these countries. So my compliments to all of you over here, and wishing you all the very best. Well, friends, the chief guest, the theme of the session, the theme of this event is about having large consulting firms, and also it was mentioned by our chief guest about the IMEA, that is the India, Middle East, and the Africa, the growth triangle of 21st century. And again, compliments to the organizers that the panelists we have are from IMEA, a very great representation of eminent personalities. And therefore, it would give all of us a 360-degree aspect of what are the opportunities that lie ahead. And as professionals, we always, with our clients, with the businesses, we have this terminology, TAT. That is the turnaround time, right? And that applies to us also. But sir, Anurag ji, aaj TAT from a professional's perspective, TAT to hai, that when clients come to us, what is the turnaround time, by what time we would be able to deliver our services. But for professionals like us, TAT now in this era means technology, the first T, alliances and aggregation, the second T, and the third and equally important, talent. That is the TNT for chartered accountants like us, which would take us into the 21st century, and like it is expected by the Honorable Prime Minister, the 2047 vision for a Viksit Bharat, a developed economy. So without taking much time, we have the eminent panelists over here, and I would start with my first round of questions, and we have, the timer is already here, so we have 45 minutes, and maybe the last 5 or 7 minutes, we would want questions from the audience also, if there are any. So my first question to James Matthews, sir. So the consulting profession in IMEA region is diverse, with firms serving both local as well as cross-border clients. Could you share your perspective on how consulting in UAE has evolved in the last 5 years?
Good afternoon, Anuragji Thakur, all the eminent people who have come here. Good afternoon once again. I'm coming here and addressing the chapter after almost like 12 years. I've been your 31st chairman. Some of you, familiar faces, I can see all of you here. I think other chairmen should wait another 12 years to come in and speak, I guess. Thank you to Joy. But we are going to talk about a very important subject today. I will rather touch this from two aspects. One, as someone has introduced, Sanjay has introduced me, I sat on the board of a top 10 accounting firm for 2 years, where we looked at the big four, because we always have the big brothers to look at, right? So we learned and we strategized certain things. I'm going to share some of those things with you. And I also sit on the board of one of the largest healthcare group in India, 45,000 market cap, crores market cap, and I chair the audit committee as an independent director there. So sometimes I will also bring in, no offense to anybody, but we'll also look at it, how do we see as non-Big Four consulting firms approaching us for work in terms of, so probably we'll bring in that aspect as well. Now coming back to the question, if you look at, I'm seeing my good friend Sundar here, partner from Deloitte here. I will use the word Deloitte, I'll use it for some time here, because the #1 company in the world with $67 billion. And the Big Four, if you look at, in 2020, they had around $150 billion group turnover worldwide. And 2024, I think it is touching around $220 billion. That means there is a steep jump, almost like $70 billion, which has grown in the last for this one. And if you look at also, and I'm just taking Deloitte because it's the #1, around 50% of the consulting or the revenue come from the US, around 30% from the European region, Europe and Middle East Africa, and almost around 18-20% from the Asia Pacific region. So if you look at the last 5 years, consulting revenue has grown significantly, thanks to the tax part which has come in, corporate tax which has come from last year, this year, 2024. So you will see collaboration, you will see a lot of opportunities. If you look around all the Big Four revenue split, 25%, 23, 24% comes from the tax. So the tax has opened up a big opportunity, be it transfer pricing, be it any of the other areas of consulting. You look at all the infrastructure built up which is happening, the 2030 vision in Saudi, and the D33 or Dubai for that matter, in the UAE, all this infrastructure consulting opportunities are opened up doors for a lot of this consulting. So I wanted to just say and pause here that the consultancy revenue, which is also I want to just touch upon. In 2017, when I was on the board of Crow, which is a top 10 firm, we looked at the Big Four. At that time, 27 or 28% of the revenue came from audit for Deloitte. But today, if you look at it, it's 18%. So you can see that what sort of growth has come in terms of the non-audit services. So this is a situation here, the enormous opportunities for the consulting. I'll pause here. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, James Ji, that you did mention about corp tax and the infra sector pulling a lot of consultancy work, and also in the Big Four, the audit revenues going down and the consulting revenues coming up. Moving on to Prashant Ji, the chief guest mentioned about your alliance, Prashant Ji. So considering that in India, the consulting firms are also rapidly scaling alongside with the economic growth that is happening. What lessons can other IMEA consulting firms or IMEA countries draw from your India's experience and your alliance experience?
Thanks, Vishalji. Happy afternoon, everyone. So as Anurag Thakurji had mentioned, about Atmanirbharta of Bharat. It is not just about the manufacturing. He also stressed upon services as such. And most importantly, he particularly mentioned about accounting and finance as well. From that perspective, if we see, most important lesson what the CS in India at least are learning, or is to seeing whether can we leverage our services and align it with the economic progress. For example, in most simpler terms, we live in city of Bangalore. It is one of the capital of startups as such. So when we started our firm somewhere in 2002, we realized it is more important to align with the growth sector, and hence we went to provide services to startups, where their incorporation, accounting, compliances, MIS, audits, everything are taken care under one sector. So the example I'm trying to give is, so each such economic reform or each such business opportunity that is there, it is important for the CA firms to align with that economic growth. That is point number one I have to say. Second I have to say is building alliances and networks, which is what Mr. Anurag Thakurji also mentioned. It was about the KPSS and alliance, the new alliance that we have formed. It is very important to understand it is marriage of the firms, it is building together of various cultures, which has to unite, have its diversity and still stand united, most important. And that is where different competencies, capabilities come together in order to provide larger services and provide better quality as such. That is one part of it. Next we have to see is specialization as such. So it is not just important that generalist as a serviceman is quite important, very, very important. But as far as specialization is concerned, it's always the concept that it is inch wide but mile deeper. So that is how the specialization has to be. So finally, it is all about devil in the details. So as long as we go deeper into the subject knowledge, specialize on it, I'm sure larger things is what we can say. The last 2 points that I have to carry is the government initiative. You have to see our Honorable MP also mentioned about how the government regulations are being made in order to enable the accounting firms to go up. And I have to say there is a tripod of people that is important to grow accounting sector as such. One is the government, second is the ICI, third is the chartered accountants themselves, and more than them, it is their willingness to come together. We see we are a fragmented profession with over 95% of the professionals practicing alone. So as long as aggregation of the firms are concerned, coming together of the sole proprietors, becoming partnership firms, then turning into alliances is the trick. Of course, the last one, you had already touched upon it, that is the talent and the technology. So retention of talent is important. That is possible provided we give career growth to our people. I'm a person who had been an article in my firm, passed out CA, became a partner, and then today I'm sitting here. So that is the kind of outlook what managing partners like my managing partner Guru Prasad Makam would have thought about, and we are seeing that success here today. That is most important. The last one, the technology as such, very important. The artificial intelligence is going to rule in the coming times. Mind you, we are in the stage 1 of the implementation of artificial intelligence. When we reach stage 4, almost a lot of work it can do on its own. Recently, I've been associated with one of the accounting softwares where 85% of the accounting it can do on its own. It can read the PDF documents, read the dates, read the party names, nature of transactions. It can do the accounting, it can do GST entry, it can pass TDS entry, it can do balance sheet, profit and loss account, already there. Now the only way why an individual is required, a human being is required going forward, is to have a sanity check. So 85% of accounting will get automated, and we'll have one person instead of 10 people checking whether it is making sense. Is my books making sense? Now, aggregation of all this, I have to say, is the learning for all of us as professionals. It is not just for the IMEA region, I have to say. It is for entire professional group as such. I think that is what is going to take us further.
Very nice, Prashantji, and I'll pick up just one word that you mentioned, about partnership being like a marriage. Because I believe, and my experience and my interaction with other such firms also is very similar, that even in our daily lives also, like marriage you are saying, that there would always be a friction, there would always be adjustments, that within the family with spouse, father, mother, in-laws, children, that there would always be there. But it's the long-term family vision of financial security, social security, which everybody keeps in mind and keeps adjusting with each other. I think that is a nice thing that you brought out, that even in our partnerships and our alliances, there would be small things here and there that would be happening, but it's the long-term vision that we need to take it forward. Thank you very much, Prashantji. To Mr. Clive, who is representing Africa region, sir. So from your experience leading the Vista Chartered in Zimbabwe and Malawi, what innovative models or strategies are regional consulting firms adopting to remain resilient, relevant, and competitive, particularly in the context of shifting global priorities of the large global consulting firms?
Good afternoon. As a partnership, we decided to exit the PwC network. One of the things that we said was crucial for us was that the client experience that we had during PwC should be better after we exited the network. So what we set out to do was, let's look for alliance partners that will provide us the software that we need. We had nowhere to look other than the internet. So we searched the internet, and what was key for us was we want to identify an alliance partner who will provide software that is fit for purpose, number one. Number two, software that allows our clients to have the experience they had before we exited the PwC network. And during that search, we then got to know of Auditor's Desk, and we had a couple of meetings, sessions, and what emerged from the interactions that we had was that we had identified the right alliance partner. And as we continued discussing before even settled on or said we've signed the contracts, they were on a trip to the US, and they said, guys, we are flying to the US. Would you mind accommodating us for a day or so in Zimbabwe? And they actually came down to see us. That initiative from them demonstrated to us that this is the right partner. And they are coming to see us, then seal the deal. We then rolled out Auditor's Desk as our software. And one of the things that our clients have been happy with is that when you have an audit software, the client interacts with the audit software in a very limited way. But there's a way that our clients have felt Auditor's Desk, especially information sharing part. And that is something that our clients have appreciated. And in terms of how it actually works, it's working very well, almost at the same level, if not higher than the previous experience that we've had. So what we've seen is, what is key is having the right alliance partners and working. What's also been very special is that if you look at the time difference between Zimbabwe, Malawi, and India, okay, you are sleeping when we are waking, and we are sleeping when you are waking, but that has never been an issue. Whenever we've wanted to speak to Shashank or Manu, they've been available. So even the fact that we have time differences has not been an issue, and that demonstrates to us that we found the right alliance partner.
Excellent, Mr. Clive. I think so that makes a lot of sense. Having the right alliance partner, and specifically, like you mentioned, your investment in the software and technology, which gave a lot of audit efficiency and audit quality and comfort to the overall team. Parvinji, on the talent which I mentioned, a question to you. Consulting is a people-driven business. How are firms in the IMEA region addressing the war for talent and developing local expertise? Are we seeing a more cross-border mobility of consultants between India, Dubai, and Africa to address the skills gap?
Okay, thank you for asking this question. I'll just add to what Mr. Prashant was saying before coming to this question. So if you look at the real situation, and I'll share my own example with you. When I started my CA practice, I opened my own office and, with one person office. And then we found there's another friend who is good in particular thing, in tax, another partner who is good in FEMA. So today, fast forward, we are 1,200 people working, 8 offices in India, and it was all without any brand. We were growing as a team of people who want to do something in life. And if you want people to stick around, you'll have to live by example. If there are youngsters who are working with you, you have to treat them as your partners. And those people, they have become partners. You have to get away from, this is my office, to this is our office. We have to give them a space to grow. And that's how you'll be able to maintain the talent. And you need to live by example. So if everyone is saying that Anurag sir is very fit, is living by example. So in my case, when I saw my friends, and especially in our CA community, because most of the people table pe baith ke kaam karna hota hai. So when I tell them that, okay, you want to be fit, I have to do something myself. So I said, okay, I'll try to run a marathon. In order to prepare for that 42 kilometers run, it took years. But once I did, I could see that people from my own team, they are also started running along. You become expert in one area and your team will come along. And then you grow, and you grow very, very fast. You give TAT, right? So we will have a time for 2030 and 2047. There are 2 benchmarks. I don't know whether we will be there till 2047 or not, but the young generation will be there. What we leave as legacy, what we leave as an example, that will, that will decide where the country will go. And if we want to, wo jo lakeer lambi karni hai hamare ko, तो first step we will have to take it ourselves. And then coming to your question, the boundaries, they are in the minds only. With technology in hand, in COVID time, nobody was working from the offices. Most of the work was being done online. So whether we are in India, whether we are in Zimbabwe, in Africa, in US, in UK, we can all work from anywhere. To carry out the work, you need people around. And if you want these people to stick around, you have to respect those people. And especially in our region, we have the highest population of youth in our country. And they are really talented people. There's so many startups. I was making notes. So many people who have come up. All the large multinational firms are being led by Indian people. So I think there is no dearth of the talent. Talent is there all around us. All we need to do is to identify, set an example, and take them alongside us. And then we can grow. There is absolutely no doubt that we will be able to have the largest Indian brand coming up. Yes.
Excellent, excellent, sir. That yes, talent is there. We need to identify and nurture them. So, very good thoughts. To Venkatesh ji, sir. So we on the TAT coming to the technology part. How are the regional firms adopting AI, automation, and digital tools in their practices? Are there success stories where technology has given firms an edge?
First of all, good afternoon to everybody. And good to be back in the stage. Unlike in James where he said 12 years, maybe I'm not that. In between, I had a 2 or 3 in the panelist. So back to be here and just to give a big background on the topic, which is that's why I also was there. And we are the only one who are an Indian brand, MCA. We have grown to across the region. We have offices across 8 offices in the Gulf countries. And this starts with the Narendra Modi ji statement from 2017, July 1st, in ICA platform and launching GST. That's lingering in our mind always. That's how we are done. And then we have been also in the phase of setting up as a global brand of an Indian origin. And as come back to your question of digital, see, it plays a very vital role nowadays, and especially in this area where the people unlike in India, our compared to a turnover versus a people, it will be much lesser here because it's expensive here as to have a talent pool full time. And definitely the technology is required and automations to maximum whatever possible. And also these AI, what Prashant ji also said, the AI is coming, knocking the door very closely. And, but still, it is in the initial stages, but definitely it is there. And we don't know in the next 2-3 years how the AI will change the way in which consulting, and has got a good opportunity even in that way. As a consulting firm, as a digital transformation or an AI consultant, has got a huge role for the consulting people. And being our firm also, being our audit focus is only our revenue, as he said, in the global, even our own region, it's our 20% only is an audit, whereas an 80% is only in a consulting phase. So there's a good, if you adapt to the technology tool and the latest things, trends, definitely there is a scope for, consulting space.
Very true, sir. Thank you, because yes, like you said, that technology, especially when at places where the talent is expensive, more investment should be done on technology. And the best part is that when we say technology, it works 24 hours for you and it listens to you also. Right? I think so that is the advantage of having investment into technologies. I will now ask Prashant ji, what makes the IMEA region a unique opportunity and a unique challenge for the consulting firms?
If we look at the location of the IMEA as such, we have the experience of accounting so deeper in India as such. We have the new age businesses and a whole lot of economically grown markets and region as Middle East, and then we have so much of hidden potential that is there from Africa. So together, if we can take it, there can be several, I should say, synergies that must be possible. The reason is that when it comes to talent, there is no dearth of talent as far as the country of India is concerned. And when it comes to the number of brands, if you have to say, from the Middle East, especially if we talk about Dubai as well, I suppose the number of companies that are there here from across the world, they almost, it seems, constitutes maybe around 60 or 65% of the world's brands that are present in the Middle East, right? So now the way it has been positioned as well, if you look at the Middle East particularly, it is quite, big in energy, big in infrastructure, right? And big in finance, right? So this becomes the fulcrum for leveraging by other two countries. It can be India and Africa as such, right? So when this kind of a strategic coming together happens, is when a lot of business opportunities arise, and aligned to that is where the consulting firms will have to play a major role. For example, if we look at the way the tax structures have been there in Middle East as such, earlier there have been no taxes at all. Now it has started. Of course, we have to respect BEPS of the world, etc. So that has been taken care and the taxes are there. But they become, or the Middle East becomes a place where it can be most tax efficient. So the businesses here, consultants here, can look at forming entities which are good from perspective of substance. When I mean substance, there has to be people, there has to be material, there should be operations, right? There should be actual operation of the business. Those kind of entities will have to be formed in Middle East, which becomes, an input and output for, say, Europe and US, and input can come from India as such. So that is where a real kind of economic boom is possible. And in order to achieve that, consulting firms would play a major role. Because when you do a structuring like that, you need to understand if there is import of services from India, what is going to happen? If there is exports that is happening from Middle East, what is going to happen? In the net effect, when a global profit and loss account is done, the net tax effect of the global company as such comes down. I'm not using it in terms of tax haven. That is why I particularly mention it is most important to create operations with substance in the Middle East so that this kind of economic activity can take place. And that is the kind of vision and a broad perspective that the professionals need to carry. And I'm sure that should be possible.
Yeah, so.
Can I add?
Yes.
So I think one very important point which I'll pick up from what Anuragji said. We as chartered accountants, we always look at the audits, the tax. But very important message which we got today, and I am addressing all of you, please include your McKinseys and Bains also in your horizon. That is something, which we have to broaden, like, our vision of what kind of services we can give. And if we include in our radar, that we are competing not with big four, we are competing with big seven, or we have to, that's the model where we need to work on. And then we can really, we can work in that direction. So we need to include that kind of consulting also.
So, James ji, from what Prashant ji and Parveen ji said, that there are synergies. He mentioned about input coming from India or the IMEA region, and then the output going to the North America region. Do you see merit in greater collaboration between firms across India, UAE, and Africa, maybe through joint ventures, networks, or knowledge-sharing partners, and also whether clients in the IMEA region, they view consultants more as strategic advisors or implementation partners?
I can see from only 3 minutes, but I think somebody is not unfair. I think 10 minutes just came down like this. From 20 to, I saw it 10 minutes. So somebody is hungry, I guess. So anyway, we are touching on a very important subject. Before I get into that one, I just want to bring on a lighter note, in the boardrooms, sometimes we discuss. We bring up a point like somebody wants to drive from Dubai to Abu Dhabi. You can just set the Google map and get into the car and drive to Abu Dhabi. But if you bring a big four, they will tell you first check the tire pressure. They will tell you look at the side mirror, look at also the Google map. Also you look at where the radars are coming in, and then you will reach. If you look at both are same. At the end of the day, the result is there, same. But you look at it from an angle from a audit committee or on a board, which one people would look at? Because the big four, they look at, there are no blind spots. There are so methodical, so process oriented, And so this is, so Anuragji, sorry, we say CA stands for cover your. That's exactly the thing. So what happens is they just want to make sure they're getting the best to do that job. Now look at another aspect. All of the large companies are audited by the Big Four. Now, when we look at pain, consulting normally revolves around the pain of the client, right? So when you look at the pain, who understands the pain better or who gets the first instinct of that pain? The auditors, whoever is handling that one. So it's a chicken or egg situation. So there is a possibility that, okay, there is a pain for this company, I can move around so long as I don't have a conflict issue on it. So people move around. So there is a lot needs to be done. We got 98,000 entities operating in India on practice. Out of that, as is rightly put, 73,000 are sole proprietors. And up to 5 is around 25,000 people, 5 partners. And more than 50 partners, around 10 or 11 firms. So where will you bring that, knowledge into it? And also the boardroom and the connection and the approach, access to the audit committee, all of those things, it's not easy because somebody who has stood out. I can only wish all the very best, but lot of things have to be worked out. So one thing, probably it comes to my mind, I was discussing with you as well. Today, lot of consulting firms, they need to have this alliance. They need to bring in the subject matter experts. They need to also have the money power. You look at talent. Today, 460,000 employees, Deloitte employees globally. And I think I read Romal Shetty, your CEO, says 30% of the workforce will be in India. If that is a situation, there are a lot of opportunities for people to go in and get employed there. How do we retain the talent in a consulting firm? How does the money power come into it? How do we retain them? These are all a challenge. It's not going to be just 1 year, 2 year effort. This is going to be a longer, this one. A lot of challenges, but then this is absolutely in the right direction because I can see that time is up. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Very, very rightly put about specialization and all. I can just think of one example. Anuragji mentioned about the Income Tax Act 2025 being passed by the Parliament. And we all know that there are 90% plus CA firms which are proprietor. And I always think of this, that to update with the latest Income Tax Act, if there are 5 proprietors, each of the chartered accountant proprietor, let us say, spends 20 hours in updating on the Income Tax Act. Now, if there is a collaboration, if there is specialization, if there are merger alliances, it is just one partner who has to spend that 20 hours into updating on the Income Tax Act, and the balance 80 hours can be used into developing new areas, developing new lines other than the, Parvinji mentioned, other than the audit services, maybe on the ESG, sustainability, because that is where the time would get created and specialization would help. So moving with ESG and sustainability, Mr. Clive, ESG, sustainability are now becoming boardroom priorities. What role are consultants playing in shaping these agendas in the IMEA region?
Thank you. If you look at ESG and sustainability, what they've become is what differentiates businesses. In terms of, if you're looking at it from a purely business point of view, who do you engage with? That's become something that's important. So that places a challenge on us as consulting people. And the challenge is how much do we know about ESG and sustainability, and how can we best advise our clients? So again, it comes to the question of whether you develop in-house skills in your business, failure of which you then have to identify again alliance partners. But what's most important is that as consulting people, we need to be skilled to have a better understanding of ESG and sustainability so that we can better advise our clients.
Very true. So being new areas, developing new areas, you will need to collaborate, find the right talent, and definitely there would be a lot of success coming our way. Parvinji, what differentiates successful consulting engagements in IMEA region compared to more mature markets like the Europe or North America?
So we can look at example. In India, we play cricket, right? In America, they don't play. But now you look at, they have started learning it. So that's going to happen. So if you are so passionate about it, you'll make it happen. And in this red thing, that times is up. So I think most important part is that we need to work on it. We need to work on ourselves, and then we can make things happen. So if you have not been selected by the selectors, you make yourself so up that you are able to select the selectors, right?
Excellent. That was a very good example. Thank you. Our last question to Venkatesh ji. So now there are geopolitical things happening, tariffs, a lot of things are going around. So in your view, how are these geopolitical shifts, like the Gulf moving into oil diversification, moving outside or beyond oil, to trade corridors involving India and Africa? How does all these impact consulting work as a challenge, maybe as an opportunity?
Yeah, see, as of now, there are so many inquiries just with the tariff itself, how they can shift here or how they can base. As you all aware, they have a tariff from here, it's a 10%. And the manufacturing, if you have value addition of a 35 to 40%, and if 60% brought from others, there can be a possibility. And a lot of inquiries started coming in here, how it can, and here the local government also very welcome to make it Emirates, and how it happened. And so these are the shift, they're very quick in these things, and which is make consulting also space available for these type of inquiries, and then opportunities for us, and then to add other value additions on this. So there are a lot of, and even startup, as you said, the startup ecosystem advisory, again another opportunity where there are a lot of consulting opportunities happen.
True. So geopolitics would always give a lot of opportunities, as well as a lot of collaboration also, because there would be other geographies also which would get involved in the whole process, and that would need a lot of collaboration. Yeah. So I think my questions presently from the panelists are done. Maybe we have time, if the organizers permit, to take 2 questions from the audience, and then we can end the session. So 2 questions, anybody, to the panelists?
2 questions, and I request please keep your questions short because we are already running off of time and we have to start the lunch. So any questions? Yeah, keep your questions short, please.
Sir, I really appreciate your suggestions on combining together and working as a team. I would like to know, let's say if some of us want to sit down together and make this partnership happen. So there could be certain concerns. I want to know what are the common concerns where people don't merge together. For example, if I have a 2 million business, 2 billion revenue practice, and maybe somebody else has a 1 million turnover practice. So I don't know what would be the issues which we would be facing in order to, merge together. Maybe the biggest risk would be that, what if he takes my clients, right? So I don't know how that concern is addressed. Thank you.
So one of the things, what I think I can just use the example of Raju, initiated sometime back in 2007-8, Raju? Yeah, he did try for almost 2 years to bring in this collaboration, and I was asking him yesterday, what did go wrong? One of the things he said was that people do not want to let their name go. They are associated with their firm in that particular name, and you are seen as or visible as a particular thing. So a lot of ego issue comes in, who does what. So this is perhaps, I'm sure other panelists I'll give them space for them as well. So one of the things I just wanted to share on behalf of, and I truly feel that is one of the reasons.
In fact, if we look at the question itself, you have the answer in that. I'll tell you why. The differences that the people have, it is important for them to sit together and understand and work it out. Now the point is, what is missing? What is missing is the action. For example, if there are two individuals, first let them become partners in each other firm and hold 1% with each other. Let them take one work together and see how it is going to function. If you are a larger firm, start with networking, right? Do the cross-referral, which is allowed under the CA Institute. Once that is going fine for a period of 2 or 3 years, then start of thinking an alliance. Once you make an alliance, you don't, of course, sign an audit because assurance is not allowed, but non-attest is allowed, so you can do non-attest functions together. You cross that stage, another 3-4 years. Think of LLP aggregation or then go into the merger. So it is a step-by-step process, so we need to understand we are standing on which step. It is possible, but proactive action. There has to be a quarterly review. You have to ensure, are we moving forward? How is it going? It is not going, it is fine. You will go ahead with somebody else. That is okay. But where is the action? The thought process is there. Every day we go back and we keep thinking, okay, let us do it. But the point is, next day morning, can you come back, find out one more neighbor of yours, try to live with him happily. That is the solution.
Oh, so
With that,
second question.
thank you so much. Actually, we are just running out of time. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists? Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a thought-provoking and practical insights. And with that, I would like to call the chairman and vice chairman on this stage to do the honor on behalf of the members and ICI Dubai chapters. Our moderator, CA Vishal Doshi ji. Can I ask the team? And yes, I would like to call our chief guest Anurag ji on the stage also, please, to do the honor to present the mementos on behalf of the committee and the chapter. First, we would like to present the memento to our moderator, Vishal Doshi ji. I request chairman and chief guest to present the memento to Vishal Doshi ji. Panelist CA James Matthew sir is one of our former chairman as well. CA James Matthew sir. Our next panelist, CA Prashant Lakshmi Narayan sir. Panelist Prashant Lakshmi Narayan sir. Panelist Mr. Clive Mukondiva. It's wonderful to have you, sir, Mr. Clive. Panelist CA Praveen Kumar. Panelist CA Praveen Kumar ji. And the last but not least, the panelist CA S. Venkatesh sir, one of our former chairmen. So thank you once again. The hall is already empty, but yes, all the speakers for enriching us with your sides. We'll be right back here 2:15 p.m. to resume the session. So please be quick with your lunch and don't engage yourself in so much networking. And we are going to start 2:15 sharp. So please be on time, do recharge, refuel, and be back on time for a power-packed afternoon. Before I hand it over to our chairman and Rishi Bhai, anyone the last call who wants to put their business card in this wall? You could be a winner of iPhone. This is the last chance. Please place your business card here.
Rishi bhai, when the cards are coming, they are putting in. You do raffle every time we do an event. What motivates you? Why so many raffles in ICI Dubai chapter?
Okay.
So Jay sir asked a very good question. Why are we doing so many raffles in each event? Well, it's just giving back to ICAI, and we are really grateful for what we have achieved till now. It's a very, very small contribution, but it's a big thank you to everyone who are sparing out the time from your family and coming here to learn. We are learning together, and one day we'll be over the line. So thank you all for coming to these great events, and thank you, sir, for organizing. We are really grateful to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Question ना आपकी तरफ से मैं पूछता हूँ. One question from your side. Why one raffle, Rishi bhai? Why not 5 raffles, 5 iPhones in one event?
With everyone's blessing, very soon we'll have that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have the bowl now.
ओके
कौन सा किसका है?
मैं वही बोलने वाला था जय भाई कि कौन सा रैफल पहले करना चाहिए, JBL स्पीकर और द आईफोन. बिलाल मोती साहब, प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड हियर. वी विल बी नीडिंग यू फॉर दिस रैफल. प्लीज कम हियर.
Lovely, Bilal sir. I always get, jealous because of your height. Please come, sir. Please come on stage.
Please come on this stage.
इनकी height देखिए, jealous नहीं होगी तो मैं क्या होऊंगा?
So the JBL speaker first or the iPhone? Make some noise. iPhone. ठीक है सर, तो iPhone JBL कर लेते हैं?
नहीं यार, पहले JBL करते हैं, फिर देखेंगे iPhone कौन लेके जाएगा.
Yes.
थोड़ी देर तो दिल की धड़कन चलने दो, कौन लेके जाता है iPhone?
जय भाई, JBL speaker भी कम नहीं है. So let's do it, JBL. It's a last call. So we are going to take anyone who wants to put? Okay.
No one?
I think.
Let's have an international guest lift us for this. Sir, you want to join? Eva, come. Okay, you come.
Mr.
Come,
Clive,
sir.
please
Clive, come. Our international guest from Zimbabwe, give him a round of applause for traveling from Zimbabwe for us. Thank you very much, Clive.
Big round of applause for Mr. Clive Mukondriva.
Sir, there are more than 100 cards. One card which you will pick will give you blessings. 99, I'm not sure what will happen.
Yeah, it's here. CA Kushal from Hisab, Taskmaster CA Advisor.
CA Kushal. Okay, I can see him. Kushal, come running fast. That's a JBL. You missed iPhone, I guess, or maybe you are double lucky, I don't know. But at least one thing, you are taking JBL home.
Windmill team.
You thought you will get JBL today?
Windmill.
I was thinking of iPhone.
You are thinking of iPhone. Please.
Thank you so much. And
एक minute. Thank you very much, Bilal Sahab. And can I have a round of applause for Windmills for sponsoring this? They have been doing it for every time. Thank you, Bilal Sahab, for coming all the way on Sunday. Thanks a lot. Means a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Jay bhai, now it's
एक
for
बचा है. क्या लगता है? क्या करें?
मुझे ही दे दीजिए.
Okay, the last one. The person has to be in the room. And let's see who wins this. This is an iPhone going away. I have one card. It's green in color. White, green, black.
नहीं है रूम में.
नहीं है रूम में. Gopal Kumar Shah. Oh!
क्या बात.
Lucky man. And I can see the smile. Just see his smile. The white smile. Come, 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 come. Gopal, show your face, show your smile to everyone. Are you happy? You thought today you will attend this and you will also take an iPhone home?
No, no way.
So can we take it back and give it to someone else?
No, I want to take it.
Thank you very much, buddy. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Rishi bhai. Give a round of applause for young global Rishi Sapra.
How innocently he said, no, I need it. So congratulations, brother, for winning this iPhone. Why I'm using this, yeah. So the next session is very special. We all talk about how technology is disrupting industries. But when it comes to the assurance, the stakes are higher than ever. Our topic, the next topic, is the tech-driven assurance, the next frontier. And truly, this is where the profession is heading. And to set the stage for this exciting sessions, may I now invite my fellow ExCom member, CA Yuga Murthy, to formally introduce our distinguished guest, CA Rajiv Gupta. Yuga, the stage is yours. Can I have a huge round of applause for Yuga, our ExCom member?
Thank you, Amit. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to each one of you. It's a Sunday afternoon, and while most of Dubai is shopping, we are all here discussing the future of audit. This shows us professional commitment and perhaps a little love for CPE hours and lunch also. Before we dive in, let me make moment to thank our visionary chairman, Jay Prakash, and the entire managing committee for putting together things for the fantastic platform. Their hard work ensures that even on Sunday, we get the best minds sharing insights that shapes the future. Now, coming to the highlight of today, our session, Tech-Driven Assurance, the next frontier. It's a subject that sits in the intersection of audit, innovation, and transformation. And to guide us through it, we have someone who truly lives at that intersection. It's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, CA Rajiv Gupta, a man who wears many hats, and all of them brilliantly. CA Rajiv Gupta is a chartered accountant, certified fraud examiner, CISA, and a data scientist, a combination that makes the rest of us wonder if we should sign up for another course this evening. He is currently Vice President and Financial Controller at Flipkart Group and has held senior roles at Diageo, Coca-Cola, and PwC across India and UK. One of the top 20 thought leaders in India in the domain of audit and governance. He is also speaker at various prestigious forums, including RBI, IIM Bangalore, ACFI, and more. And today we are fortunate to hear from him. CA Rajiv ji isn't just another finance leader. He is the guy who ensures billions flow smoothly and securely while simultaneously exploring how technology can transform assurance from an art into science. His talk, Tech-Driven Assurance, the Next Frontier, promises to take us on a journey into how automation and innovation are reshaping audit and consultancy. Please join me in welcoming the ever-inspiring CA Rajiv Gupta.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Post-lunch session is the best. And if you look at my history with CA Institute, it is my forte. Consistently, more than 90% of the talks I had immediately after lunch. And I have become an expert in that because I don't disturb anyone. Whatever you want to do after that chili paneer which I had, I'm not going to disturb. Yeah. But in next half an hour or so, yeah, around 35 minutes I have, I'm going to share some of the practical ways in which you can actually implement technology in audit. For last 15 to 20 years, globally, we have been talking about, earlier we used to talk about RPA. Then we started talking about AI-driven RPA. Then we started talking about ACL, IDEA. Then we started talking about machine learning. Then AI, and now generative AI. New things are coming, but to a great extent, the adoption among us as chartered accountants has been slightly on the slower side, and it is causing some of the problems with us. Either we are into practice as accounting firm, or we are a business leader. What are some? So I have changed my role as a finance controller very recently, but last many years I was heading audit function for various companies, and these are some type of challenges which I faced, and I'm sure some of you would have faced. You as partners of accounting firms, you would have faced the situation where when the economy of the country in which your client is, if that economy is not doing good, you are also under pressure to reduce fees, yeah? And then the pressure is to do more with less. And if you are, some of you are into industry like me, your board or the audit committee would have started asking that when so many tools are available in the market,
why even today, either for SOX compliance or for standard the auditing which we are doing, why we are picking samples. If you remember, we have defined sampling methodology for different type of transactions. If the transaction is happening daily, this much samples to be picked, weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually. But the boards have now started asking, why samples? If, for example, in case of Amazon and Flipkart of the world, in a month, 10 crore invoices are raised separately. 10 crore Amazon, 10 crore Flipkart. In a year, 120 crore invoices, which means at least one item per invoice, which means 120 crore products they are shipping in, shipping out. And me as an auditor testing 25 samples in a year. How much 0.00001% samples I am testing? Very unfair. Now you may say, Rajiv, 25 genuinely is less. Do 100, not a big deal. 100 divided by 120 crore, still nothing. That is where I am going to share with you some of the practical ways in which whatever technology you have heard of till today, you can start using in either in your practice, or you can start using it in your own company. Because today, it is absolutely possible in very easier ways to do 100% of your data analysis. You don't need to be a data scientist, really. You just need to know the simpler way of doing it. For example, today, if you want to predict who is going to win the next cricket match, suppose it is happening between India and, say, who is the second best team today? Is it Australia? Africa? Okay. So whenever the next match happens between India and South Africa, if you want to, oh, there is a conflict. So we have some colleagues here, yeah? Anyways, I'm not going to create that conflict, because using MS Excel, which I'm 100% sure all of you are very well versed with, using MS Excel itself, today, in next 30 minutes, you yourself can predict who will win. You can predict using Excel itself. That is the power of technology. The only problem today is we have not been taught. There are startups like Auditor Desk where we are enabling, we are bringing all these easier ways of automation together. So predictive analytics you yourself can do. Now you may think, Raji, how it is possible? I will give you one very simple example. Larger the amount of historical data you share with Excel. For example, say right from inception, whatever number of matches which have happened between India and Africa, if you give that, who all were the players in both the playing side, which country the match was happening, which city the match was happening, which month the match was happening, who won the toss. I mean, whatever data you have, if you share the entire data set with Excel, it will give you this prediction with 95% accuracy. There's only 5% chance it will go wrong. And you don't have to believe because I am saying. You have to believe because that's how the formula has been designed. This is one very simple example of how you can start using technology in automating your work. So that's one way of using Excel. So you don't need to really become a data scientist on that. How I am trying to bring the entire bouquet of technologies which are available for us as chartered accountants. Let's start with very simple thing. The very simple set of analysis which I'm 100% sure all of you are doing are in the center of your screen, which is rule-based analytics. You are doing today, you are doing earlier as well. Simple example, say duplicate check. You can do it in Excel, and I'm sure many of you would be doing. Say duplicate GST number, duplicate vendor name, duplicate invoices paid twice, and so on. These are rule-based analytics. Excel is sufficient for that, but if the data size is humongous, for example, for companies like Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, and for some of your companies as well, if the data size is large because Excel has limitation of 1 million rows, then you have to think of deploying something else like Python, R, SQL, and others. Why I'm taking these 3 names? Because these are free of cost. You don't have to pay anything. Yeah? These are open source. You open your laptop, you download, you start using it. The only thing is you have to learn the syntax. So rule-based analytics, small company, small data size, Excel, large data size, there are many, even ACL ID are there, but the only thing is you have to buy a license for them. Then comes machine learning. Machine learning is something we used to talk about till few months ago. Now, because now generative AI is there, ChatGPT is there, so we are talking less about machine learning. But machine learning is amazing. In next few minutes, I'm going to share some glimpse of how you as chartered accountants, you can very easily use machine learning, which are of 2 types: unsupervised machine learning and supervised machine learning. Let me decode it for you. Supervised machine learning means that type of coding in which you are telling the coder, telling the programmer what to code, how to find a problem. Because you know that business, because you know how to find fraud or how to find anomaly in that data. That is supervised machine learning. It can be very easily automated in Excel, and it can be run in the backend when you are sleeping. You come to office, analysis are done and available on your dashboard, and I will show you an example of that. People are still using it to some extent. Second, super underexploited machine learning capabilities, unsupervised machine learning. Let's forget about the name. What it essentially means is you are saying to the programmer, boss, मुझे इस धंधे का कुछ idea नहीं है. This is the new client I got. For example, I never audited oil and gas. So today, if you give me a huge data set, maybe procurement or maybe sales data of any oil and gas company in Dubai, what type of guidance I can give to the coder? I have zero idea of this business. So what I will do, I will tell the programmer, please write unsupervised machine learning code. By saying that, number 1, the programmer will get to know boss को कुछ नहीं आता. But नहीं आता है तो नहीं आता है. Now who will do the work? Neither I am doing the work, nor the programmer is doing the work. It is the code which is doing the work. Now you may think, अरे कोड को तो लेकिन हमने कुछ बताया नहीं. And you are okay with English, Hindi or English? All okay? Yeah, all okay? कोड को तो लेकिन कुछ बताया नहीं. I didn't say anything. So how the code will detect it? That is the beauty of the unsupervised machine learning code. The moment I run that code studies each and every box in that Excel file. What it does, it picks each row, and that row may have 50 column, 100 column, whichever number, and it compares that if this company is purchasing XYZ crude oil of this much quantity from this vendor in this month and using this truck, is this particular record and each item in this record is matching with all other records in this Excel file. Are you getting my point? Just like, very crude way if I have to tell, the way you do concatenate, yeah? In Excel you do Rajiv Gupta plus India. Otherwise, if you search on Google Rajiv Gupta, you will get many Rajiv Gupta. But you have to target me, then either you will say Rajiv Gupta plus India, or you will say Rajiv Gupta plus Flipkart. Or you will say CA Rajiv Gupta plus Flipkart, something like that. So you're concatenating. Something similar unsupervised machine learning does, and I will show you an example of it. So I ran it on the financials of Unilever, Hindustan Unilever. And I said, मुझे कुछ नहीं आता, you tell me. So it identified some red flags. And I am going to show you that. Now, you tell me, can this capability be taken care by rule-based analytics? Yes or no? Yes or no? Raise of hands, yes. Sir, why yes? मुझे तो कुछ आता ही नहीं, rule मैं कैसे बनाऊंगा? That's a new business for me, sir. Oil and gas, genuinely, I have no idea. So even if I look at the file, I may do a guesswork because I have no idea about the business process. I have no idea about the BOM, bills of material. What's the composition has to look like if I have to make, I don't know, maybe petroleum. How much crude oil is required, how much some other ingredients are required. So I can't really give instructions because I have not invested my time and effort in understanding that business. हाँ sir, लेकिन एक काम कर सकते हैं. Once I get well versed with the business, because please remember, machine learning at best can be 99% accurate. Whether Rajiv Gupta gets the code written or someone from Elon Musk's team gets it written, nobody can claim to be 100% there. Why? 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 How, sir? Why? Yes, you are right, but data to data hai. What's the problem? Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Thanks for saying that. Let's take an example of calculator. Is calculator rule-based or machine learning-based? Rule-based. 2 plus 2, whichever calculator you buy, 2 plus 2 will always be 4. But this 2 plus 2 calculation you can do using machine learning also. You can do any calculation using machine learning. Now the problem is, what machine learning does? Machine learning, when we write a code using ML, we tell the programmer what is going to be the output. I am not going to decide, data will decide. Machine will learn from the data and data will decide what will be the outcome. For example, India-South Africa match. While I would love India winning that match, but when I'm predicting, I'm not going to give answer. Machine learning algorithm will give. And what I said, what will feed into that? The past, the historical data. And sir, as you said, historical data, the punching can go wrong. What if you are using a data where someone intentionally replaced, where Africa won, they replaced it with India, where India won, they replaced with Africa. Because it's going to use the data, Excel, CSV file or any other file. So if someone has manipulated with the data, your machine learning algorithm will give wrong output. And hence, you can never be 100% sure with machine learning. You can always fine-tuning it, yeah? And that is where supervised and unsupervised machine learning we will be using. Now, so how it is helping me? It is helping me because I know some of the problems in that business, so for that I will develop this rule-based analytics. But there are some problems which may be a blind spot for me, because I know I am not super expert of that particular industry. So I will use unsupervised machine learning to complement, and I will share some example with you where I will say, okay, these 50 areas though I have analyzed using my own knowledge, but I know there may be gap in my knowledge. I may not be knowing 100% risk in this business. So it is always helpful to complement your knowledge before you sign. For example, some of you will be signing partners in accounting firms. Before you sign, I recommend you always run two things. Number one, unsupervised machine learning, and we'll show you why I am saying that. Number two, generative AI. And we have prepared one very beautiful use case for that. What these two things will do, they will give you red flags, which you need to get checked with your team. For example, it may give you 10 potential problems, 15 potential problems, 20 potential problems. Get those things sample checked from your team before you sign the financials. Yeah. So till now, what we have discussed. Number one, rule-based. You have been doing it since ever, since beginning. They continue to be important. Number two, we talked about supervised, and there is unsupervised and supervised machine learning. Thirdly, the talk of the town, generative AI, ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, और Microsoft का क्या है? Copilot. Can we not use them? Absolutely. You can use them, and we are enabling that, and we'll show you an example. जब आपने ये सब कर लिया, you may still have a doubt कि 5 minutes और लगा के ये थोड़ा सा complex client है, इसके books पे मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा comfort नहीं आ रहा है, and to get better comfort, let me spend 5 more minutes. Please remember, I'm saying 5 minutes only. And in those 5 minutes, the generative AI fine-tuned model, which I will demonstrate to you, it will tell you, are you good to go and sign the financials? Or these 3-4 areas, sir, please double check before you sign. If you do these 3-4 things, number one, rule-based, anyways you have been doing. Number two, machine learning. Number three, generative AI. Today, this is the universe. इसके अलावा अभी और कुछ नहीं है दुनिया में. कल को कोई नया आ जाए कुछ नया, nobody knows. Only Elon Musk may be knowing, but none of us other people, we don't know. So till today, this is the universe of the tech capability which you as chartered accountants can deploy. Then one important aspect which I have added here is, yesterday Vishalji also asked me, I don't know if he's in the room, Vishalji. Yesterday he also asked me a few questions around it. He said, Rajiv, you're talking about AI, generative AI, where you will run it. I said, generative AI, I will run in the cloud. He said, no, my client's data is sensitive. If you run it on generative AI, then my client's data is going to public. It's going out of the network. And somebody else can use that internal data. Valid concern or no? Yes or no? Valid concern? Yeah. Rajiv didn't solve this problem. All the big companies who are providing cloud services, they have themselves solved this problem. Be it Google, be it Microsoft, be it Amazon, they have solved this problem for all of us. They said, whichever Gen AI model you use, ChatGPT, Perplexity, there are hundreds. If you are using the private version of it, which means the paid one, if you are using the private version of it, your data won't be used for training. The moment a data is used for training, it is becoming public. But please remember, when you read that agreement, the sentence is not exactly what I just said. The sentence is, while your data will be saved in our server, it will not be used for training the public model. So there are two components to this line in the agreement. First component is your data is actually going out of your network. You have to be aware of it. Is it a problem today? No. There is no incident reported so far where these cloud service providers' security was breached and the data was taken for, as long as if you're going for one of these reputed big 3, big 4 cloud service providers. But your data is still going out. So if you feel that, Rajiv, for 90%, 95% of my organizational data, I'm okay it leaving our boundary. But this 1% data, 5% data is there for which I'm not comfortable. We have a solution for that. And what is the solution? If that data is so critical for you, we will cut the internet connection from that server on which we are running this model for you. That model will run offline in your network. Now you may say, hey, Rajiv, if this solution is there, then I don't need online. Every time you cut it, whichever installation you are doing, you just do install and cut. Yes or no? When the best solution is available, then why to talk about online? Hanji. Make sense? Then offline is the best? Yes or no? Offline? How many of you feel then offline only? Hanji. Only 2, 3, 4 feel offline only. Everybody else is okay with online. Correct, na? Or will not use generative AI at all. That's the best solution. ना रहेगा बांस, ना बजेगी बांसुरी. Data use ही नहीं करेंगे. There is a problem with offline. And you have to be aware of it. Problem is not safety or security. The problem is limitation of capability. Why? Because what happens, generative AI in layman language is nothing but 2 words. Conversational AI. If you remember this, your life is sorted as far as Gen AI is concerned. You are speaking with that software and it is giving you the answer. It means you will ask a question. Who is Rajiv Gupta to decide that tomorrow what question you will ask? Correct, na? Because if I am installing offline version, which means what? The moment I install it, I will cut the internet connection. Which means before I cut the internet connection, I have to make sure that whatever question you may ask, uska database I have already given inside that box. Because as I said, generative AI is what? AI. AI ka which version? Machine learning. And machine learning learns from data. So which means, if I cut the internet connection and gave some data, I'm presuming that your brain and my brain thinks alike. Now, what if tomorrow you ask a question for which data was not there before I cut the connection? Logical? There is a makeshift arrangement for that. Makeshift, not 100%. And the makeshift arrangement is, we'll keep on adding more data. Just like Microsoft keeps on giving you patches for your laptops and desktops, correct, na? When they launched Windows operating system, they didn't fix it permanently. They launched it and every day they are fixing it. They are putting some patch. So we can also put those type of patches. But again, when I am putting that patch into your offline server, I'm again presuming कि इस पैच में जितना मैं डेटा डाल रहा हूं आप उतना ही पूछेंगे. Let's take an example. I thought you as a company, you are running a cricket news channel. तो मैंने उससे related data डाल दिया. tomorrow, you know what question you asked? You asked, so I cut the connection today morning, yeah, today morning. And today evening, you are asking the question, what is going to be the weather tonight in Dubai? Okay. What was the data cutoff date and time? Today morning. And what is the question I'm asking? What is the predicted weather tonight in Dubai? If you were online, if I had not cut the connection, no problem at all. You know why? Because generative AI uses something called RAG, R-A-G. You just keep this word in mind, I will explain you what it does. Whatever question you ask, if that learning is not there in the data, RAG goes to Google and brings the data for you. That's what RAG does. But for that, for searching Google, what it needs? Internet connection. But if you are using offline version, you have cut the internet connection and hence some of your questions may not be answered. That is the technical capability if you use offline. Why I explained all this to you? Because in real world, when you will go for generative AI adoption, don't ask your implementation partner कि मेरा पूरा offline बना दे, सब काट दे. नहीं. Be very balanced in deciding. I would say go 95 versus 5. 95%, these are all reliable solutions, no problem in that. 95%, trust the entire ecosystem which is being built and put it on your online version because you have paid for the license, your data is not going to get public. And if you have absolutely something super, super, super sensitive, for that you may explore the offline version. One of the most famous today is LM Studio, but yeah, you don't need to worry about what is the tool today. But this is about the functionality. I have 6 minutes left. We'll quickly show some of the quick demos to you. Yeah, Ketki. So broadly, by the time screen is coming, 3 things we'll discuss. Quickly, rule-based, you have been doing for years. We'll show quickly 1 minute some more things. Second, unsupervised machine learning. Third, generative AI, yeah, conversational AI. Hanji, so just wait here. Dashboard, this is rule-based. Yeah? You have been doing in the past. So we are saying, okay, main processes, sales, procurement, vendor, customer, and you can keep adding more, no problem in that. Maybe let's open one, Ketki, the dashboard. Now, you want to see dashboard, maybe procurement? So what we have done for your functional leaders, you know, for example, CFO, for your procurement head and all those, we have said, just slightly scroll, yeah. So these are some of the analytics which are already built. So we are saying delay in PR approval, 1. 1 means for the data we ran, 1 exception was found. Total POs closed without advance settlement, which means here we had paid the advance, but we didn't settle it and we closed the PO, which means when the goods came, we again made full payment. Whereas the advance which was already paid was not adjusted. Business loss, yeah? So in 1,300 cases we found. So this is a glimpse of a summary for your business leader. And then maybe one section we can quickly share, Ketki, maybe what, sales or procurement? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the dashboard which you saw is coming from all these pages. Yeah, all these tabs which you are seeing, these are the ones where, because people like you and me, we would like to see data now. Because the moment my teams told me, sir, 1,300 purchase orders settled without advance adjustment. So I will say, show me some examples. So this is the page where the examples are. You click on the tabs and you will get the data in table format. You can straight away download them in Excel, and either you can yourself analyze and you can ask your team to get to the root cause. Ki ye hua kaise, or what we can do to fix it. Let's move to the next, maybe, Ketki, what, unsupervised? So rule-based done. Now we are moving to machine learning, unsupervised machine learning. Please remember, in unsupervised machine learning, I said It's, for example, oil and gas business. I have no idea. I never audited. So I'm telling the code, मुझे कुछ नहीं आता. You do whatever you feel is right. There are two models I have used. Oh, where is it? No, मेरा हाथ नहीं जा रहा उधर तक. One is k-means. You don't need to worry about it. Two models we have used, k-means and db-scan. So we are showing you one where, as I said, the model itself scanned each and every column in the row and compared to all the lakhs of records up and down in that Excel file and said what? And said, this data still looks like clustered, but look at these things. Can you see this dot? This is again some data. Some data. These are outliers. If I'm short of time, I would like my team to at least look at the outliers. Can we show some outliers, Kirti? So, below that, those clusters, in every cluster, how many exceptions the model found, they are there. So, those bullets which were out exception, maybe we can see 14 wala. So, in third cluster, it found 14 records. See, please remember, and here's the bottom line. If your procurement team is following the process, all 10,000 transactions have to have the same flow, yes or no? Yes. Absolutely. But if in a particular purchase, they didn't do GRN, created purchase order, and somehow system allowed, let's presume that system had that way to override, they booked the invoice directly. So then what will happen? One transaction will come as a separate dot because it missed the process. And these 14, what you are seeing on the screen, are those transactions which miss the process. Now me as a signing partner, what I will tell my team, कि बाबा जो तुमने sample test करने हैं, उनमें से इन 14 में से 2-3 ये भी उठा लेना. If I'm short of time. So far so good. This is a fantastic use case of unsupervised machine learning. Just think about it. Did I write a rule for this? How to find the exception? इसके अंदर इन 14 records में exception क्यों है? मुझे नहीं पता है. I have no idea. When my team will study 2, 3, 4 samples from it, then they will realize. Yeah? Now, in the interest of time, we'll quickly move to the last part, generative AI. Generative AI is what? 2 words. Conversational AI. Yeah? So we'll have conversation. So what we did, we uploaded the financials, 200, 300 pages financials of Unilever. We downloaded it from Google. We uploaded. We have created 2 models. I will show, yeah. This is ChatGPT, there is Gemini, but those are the public models. They are the generic models. I don't want my clients to use generic models. So I have trained, which is called in technical language, it's called fine-tuning. I fine-tuned 2 models. One for you as practicing chartered accountant, which I have named as CA Analyst GPT. Second, I have trained specifically for your non-technical business users. For example, your client may also say, कि यार generative AI आ गया है, तुम मेरे को भी कुछ tool वगैरह दो ना. So for your client who don't know accounting standards, who doesn't know SOX, who doesn't know ICFR, उनके लिए I have fine-tuned a different model, which is, अरे time up हो गया, but 1 minute दे दो मेरे को screen. I'll not take more than 60 seconds. Please. Please बोल के होता है? नहीं होता है. If I say please, no conversational AI here. Please, sir, give me 1 minute. Yeah. Okay, I'll be fast. So we have selected right now business. In business wala model, I have said this person knows nothing about technical accounting. So whatever he asks, please give very simple responses. So we asked, read my P&L. Whose P&L? It's here. Hindustan Unilever. And explain to me in layman language. So it has explained. So we have converted this into PDF. If anyone is interested, you can go through. Then we asked some really interesting question. Is my business financial healthy based on the file uploaded? Correct, na? See, if I'm an investor, I was stock market investor, Unilever, financials out. This is a very fundamental thing I ask. Generative AI, the fine-tuned model is giving, and we have highlighted the summary of it. It says sales and profit are slightly overall healthy. Input cost came down. Other expenses and interest rose. Watch and manage these. Yeah, so one direction it is giving. Debt is very low, so risk from borrowing is not there, operating in this and that. There was one more question. Should I invest more? No? Is it there? Yeah, see? I'm a long-term investor. Financials are out of Unilever. Now I want to know, should I hold my position or should I invest more? So he asked this fine-tuned model. And you see, there is no technical jargon in this response because the way we have fine-tuned it, it says, you take care of these few things, otherwise you can invest more, yes or no. Quickly, 30 seconds only. For you, this is not for you. For you, there is another one. Oh, so then let me read out. There, the way we have fine-tuned, the bottom line is, you can ask my model. Just come to the bottom, because when we said 1 minute. Come to the bottom, please. See, the biggest pain point. As the audit engagement partner, should I be worried about something about this file before I sign the financials? Yeah? So, let's come to the bottom line. I don't see a red flag that by itself should make you fear, but there are few areas that deserve extra partner level attention. Revenue rebates, impairment assumptions, litigation provisions, falana, and all those. This is real data, real fine-tuning. Just think about it. You have amazing technical knowledge, you have experience of that client, but before you are signing a big client's financials, 5 minutes only, and it is giving you targeted areas where you just do a double click before you sign the financials. And if you read this one, we can share this PDF with you. If you read this one, this has all the references of Ind AS, and if your client is based in US, we have uploaded IFRS as well, so that it can be fine-tuned using that. All the references are there, so you can use them. But I will stop here. The team is there on the booth. We can pick up your follow-up questions there. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you so much, Rajiv Bhai, for that truly eye-opening sessions. And you have shown us that the technology is not just a support function, but the very frontier of the assurance. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Rajiv Bhai, making such a complex topic so practical and engaging. Requesting chairman and vice chairman along with our committee member CA Yuga to come on the stage to present a memento, please. Thank you so much, CA Shethali, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Yuga, and of course, Rajiv Bhai for this wonderful sessions. Friends, as we look around, we see the automation is touching every part of our life, right? From simply daily tasks to the most complex business processes. But what does automation really means for the assurance services? Can technology replace the judgment of a professional? Or is it here to sharpen and elevate our role? Our next panel takes this question head-on in a session titled Automation of Assurance Services. Let's learn from the experiences. We will hear from the professionals who are not only witnessing this transformation, but also living it, shaping it, and redefining how assurance is delivered. And to formally introduce the moderator and our esteemed panelists, may I now invite my fellow ExCom member, CA Dikshit Jain, to do the honors, please. Can I have a huge round of applause for my committee member, Dikshit? Over to you, Dikshit.
Thank you, Amit Bhai. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm sure after the beautiful lunch setup, people are waiting for dinner now. But I'm sorry, today we don't have a dinner here. Before I introduce our esteemed panelists here, let me ask a question to all of you here who are in the room. How many of you have done audits which was in a manual era? Means you were supposed to go to the client's office and then check the vouchers, tick mark, and all those things. Quite a lot of people have done the manual audits. Now, today's topic, as we talk about automation, I think the life has become quite simpler when we automate things. So there was a small story which says that once upon a time, there was an audit room, and there was a person called Mr. Manuel, who sat with the piles of ledgers, a ruler, and a red pen. He believed every tick mark was a badge of honor, and every missing voucher was a thrilling detective case. Across the room, there was another person called Miss Automation. Cool, confident, scanning thousands of entries in seconds while sipping the digital coffee. Mr. Manuel proudly said, "I found one mismatch after 3 hours." Miss Automation smiled and said, "That's cute. I found 3,000 in 3 seconds." Everyone laughed, but then soon we realized while automation was lightning fast, it sometimes needed the wisdom of manual to understand the context, the judgment, and that rounding off doesn't mean the rounding of the auditor's fees. The two teamed up, and the manual brought the experience, automation brought the speed, and together they made assurance not just accurate, but also future ready. So the moral of the story is, in auditing, wisdom and technology aren't the rivals. They are the perfect audit partners. And this is the perfect theme which we are doing today. And our next panel, which is going to give insights, let me first introduce our moderator, CA Jalaj Soni. He is assurance partner with SS Kothari Mehta and Company. He has over 15 years of experience in assurance engagement, international financial control, risk management. He's a chartered accountant from University of he studied in University of Delhi. He has built his career with SSKM and held multiple positions in the industry, and he's been doing a wonderful job in the assurance partner. Can I have Mr. Jalaj Soni on the stage with big round of applause, please? Our next panelist is coming all the way from Zimbabwe, CA Eva Ravasingadi. She is a chartered accountant from Zimbabwe, senior assurance partner at Vista Chartered Accountants, with over 2 decades of experience, including the early career with PwC Zimbabwe. She has built deep expertise in external audit, IFRS, and corporate governance regulatory advisory. With your thunderous round of applause, can I have Ms. Eva Ravasingadi on the stage, please? The next panelist is CA Suhud Lele. CA Suhud Govind Lele is a partner with Kirtane and Pandit LLP, a leading assurance and consulting practice with focus on information security and enterprise risk management. He is a fellow company secretary and a fellow chartered accountant, certified information system auditor, and also having a diploma in IFRS, and is also from IFRS from ACCA UK. He brings over 20 years of practice in the statutory and internal audit, IT, information security reviews, operational risk management, and so many other things. He has worked with multiple international clients, and he is going to give us a wonderful insight on the industry practice here. Can I have CA Suhud Lele on the stage, please, with a round of applause? And last but not the least, the next panelist is CA Arun Balu. CA Arun Balu is from Bahrain. He is an assurance partner with Russell Bedford Assure Audit. He is a chartered accountant, engineer, and MBA from Ivy Business School, Western University, with over a decade of experience in finance, risk, and strategy consulting across India, Canada, and Middle East. He serves as the CEO of Assure Consulting WLL in Bahrain, and he has been into, he has been advising the banking and other assurance audit services across the globe, including Canada, Bahrain, and now they are going to give us some insights in Dubai as well. So with your thunderous round of applause, can I invite CA Arun Balu on the stage, please? Thank you so much, and let's enjoy the session. Thank you.
Right, so good afternoon, everybody. At the outside, I would like to thank ICI Dubai and all the sponsors, especially Auditor's Desk, for organizing this much relevant topic, harnessing technology for audit. So for years, auditors have been accused of traditional auditing style, and we've been, as someone was just mentioning, the manual auditing techniques. Well, today, I think after this session, we'll prove that auditors can do audit in 4K resolutions with drones and AI as their new assistants. So post-lunch sessions are generally a bit lazy for everybody, but I must thank Mr. Rajiv Gupta for rejuvenating our audience with an immensely engaging session on tech-driven assurance. And of course, the energy that Shri Anurag Thakurji pumped in all of us in the morning is not going to get settled anytime soon, I'm sure. So auditing as a profession has always been about trust, assurance, and judgment. But nowadays, it is equally about data, automation, and technology as well. What once took weeks and weeks of manual testing can now be performed in a matter of few hours with analytics, AI, and automation. So instead of testing maybe 50 invoices, auditors can now test about 5 million invoices in a matter of minutes, thereby shifting their focus from checking to interpreting. So this topic, why is this topic important? This topic is definitely important because technology, as we all know, is no longer good to have. It is a necessity. It enables us to test entire population instead of being focused on just sample-based testing and provide our clients with real-time insights. But along with these opportunities, there of course comes new challenges, cyber risks, ethical questions around AI, and the need for the auditors to continuously reskill themselves. Today, we have a distinguished panel with us, each bringing a unique perspective on how technology is changing the auditing landscape. Over the next 40 minutes or so, our distinguished panelists would be sharing their thoughts and experience with all of us. So to start with, I would request our panelists to share their thoughts as to how they and their firms have balanced between the traditional audit practices and the agility required for technological adoption. So we can start with you, Eva.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. So at the risk of giving away my age, I do understand what you mean when you talk about traditional audit practices. I know a lot of people in the room cannot fathom how it was possible to actually check the mathematical accuracy of a trial balance using a calculator. But that was the reality when we joined the profession. I think there's definitely been a lot of change, but when you think about auditing, especially from an international accounting standards perspective, it's a systematic process of obtaining reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements or the data that you're looking at is free from material misstatement. And unfortunately, what that means is you have to audit what is put in front of you. And what is being put in front of us now is sophisticated, which has meant that the traditional audit methods will just not cut it. And that has meant that we have also had to adapt our processes and our systems of audit. Of course, that has meant that the processes are a lot more efficient, but it has also brought with it a lot of challenges as well, because that means now constantly upskilling our staff, as well as investing in some very costly processes and systems to be able to obviously obtain that reasonable assurance with the sophisticated systems that we are now auditing.
Thank you, Eva. So I would request Surajji to kind of take ahead what Eva just mentioned, the balance, maintaining how important it is to maintain a balance between a traditional audit practice and the agility and the skilling required for technological adoption.
So
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible till the end. And before, I would share my firm's experience. I would like to bring out a point that CA's role has always been evolving, like from your tax management to accounting to a compliance manager. Now CAs are being looked at as system auditors, process improvement, and whatnot. And all the CAs, irrespective of size and scale and geography, have done a great job to be in line with those systemic changes. As far as Kirtan and Pandit is concerned, we have a history of more than 60 years. And I would say there are two factors which were important for KPCA to, rise to a scale of mid-sized firm. First, the support of senior leadership. So, Mr. Ravi Pandit, who is chairman of KPIT now, he is a partner in Kirtan and Pandit. And he, along with all the partners, have time and again were, always deliberating how to make best use of latest technology, which were prevalent at those point of time. So out of this passion, you can see KPIT came out of Kirtane Pandit's office in Pune, and another one was KP ESOP Direct. So all these results were part of that philosophy that senior leadership always, chased that you be using the technology. And second thing, and the most important part, is our team of people, resources, they also responded to this challenge. So these were the two important points which made our firm agile, and today we have a variety of service lines because of this adoption of technology in our working.
Okay, thank you, Suruji. So 2 points, leadership support and people response, very valid points, and I would request Arunji to kind of continue on this question.
Definitely. So I was solving a consulting problem for a large central bank digital currency software provider in the United States. And I told him, you know what, over the weekend I'm going to go to a CA conference and meet a bunch of accountants. And he told me, oh, that's going to be so boring. I took that very personally. I thought, okay, it's definitely a mindset and a perception that accountants seem to be boring, at least in the United States or North America. But it's changing. And that comes with probably what Sir just mentioned, leadership. So we started with a no excuse kind of an approach when we started to implement technology-based solutions in our firm. There were people who are used to certain ways of working, but we said that we have to change. Otherwise, it's inevitable, change is inevitable. So that was the approach we took, and that seems to have paid results.
Right, thank you. So tone at the top, that was a major takeaway, I think, from this first part of the discussion, that the tone at the top needs to be aligned with...
One more point is that approach of the senior leadership is not to threaten that unless you use technology, you are not going to get paid. But rather it was a collaborative, you encourage people to come out with ideas and thoughts. So that openness at senior leadership level is also important.
I think we all are blessed to have such senior leadership in our firms, although have carried out audits in the traditional era, are still ready to adopt these technologies because they understand the importance. Yeah. So thank you for setting an exciting context. Moving ahead, let me also pick your brains on how technology has had a practical impact on us, and from your experience, what are the most visible benefits that you have observed embedding technology into your assurance practice, And if you can discuss a few real life cases, I think that will be very helpful for all of us.
Sure. So, when I think back on COVID, I mean, that's an era that none of us ever want to go back to. I think it actually catapulted the use of technology because it meant that our teams had to be very agile and even had to come up with new ways of working. And I think we saw a lot of innovations during that time. Things that us as engagement leaders didn't necessarily think were possible, but we were able to do audits from beginning to end remotely. So obviously, I think some of the things have been spoken about. Practically, of course, as engagement signers, as the previous speaker said, it means I can just ask an algorithm whether I can sign an audit opinion, and it will give me an answer. So practically, that's definitely a plus that technology has provided. But obviously, I think it has also given us an opportunity to audit larger samples. I'm sure a lot of you will attest to the fact that this was a conversation that you couldn't have with clients years back because of the amount of time that it would take. But now I can easily, in a matter of a few hours or perhaps a few days, audit 100% samples. And that doesn't only provide, it's not a plus just for the audit team, but also for the client as well because of the value add that it also provides. I think it has also helped to bring to life, I mean, we all put in these sophisticated documents and proposals that we give our clients that we are performing a risk-based audit. I think technology has certainly allowed us to bring that to life because you can now hone in on those populations that present a higher risk of material misstatements. The other thing I think is just the collaboration that technology has allowed. Audit is no longer about sitting in a room with your big briefcases and your laptops and, you do the audit and afterwards you go and you tell the client that this is what we have found. It's now a lot more collaborative, which I think the clients have really valued because it's a learning process for everyone, right? And I think it has really helped to enrich the audit experience from both an audit team perspective as well as from a client perspective.
Right, very valid point, Eva. COVID might have been a curse for all of us, but as far as technology is concerned, it has rather proved to be a boon, actually. Suruji, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I can see the benefits of technology at two places. One, on my team members. So when I say team members, it includes right from articles to partners. So I am also part of it. Definitely, as Eva said, efficiency increases, and that's how you are able to do more work in lesser time. I am able to cover a larger scope of audit, which I might not cover due to, let's say, sampling process. I am also able to take care of complex regulation. So we do a lot of audits of banks and NBFCs and insurance, which are mostly tech-driven nowadays. And, it helps us when we do technology-based auditing at those client places. The client appreciates your work more. Rather than seeking vouchers and doing the audits by a traditional method, technology helps enhance your image in the eyes of client. Second, for our customers, it is more aligned to their business because all the businesses are now more tech-driven, and client expects auditor to also works in the same fashion and deliver his findings. So be it statutory audit, internal audit, or anything else, client alignment is more when you adopt more technology. And of course, it gives you an opportunity to give value addition. So let's say if I am covering 17 plants or any other complex client requirement, I am able to do a better job. And in our client places, we have given programming codes to find out exceptions on the servers of the client, and that's how we could catch hold of non-compliances and everything. I'll give 3-4 examples, as you said. Our internal audit practice has now changed its stance. Like in last 20 years, I have seen them going from vouching to process improvement to now they are doing real-time audits and giving findings in a on a real-time basis, which are appreciated by client more, rather than doing audit for 1 month and presenting your findings to audit committee. Now they feel more connected with internal audit. In statutory audit nowadays, what we are experiencing is that companies who have technology at their base of business, they are asking question that how, as an audit firm, you are aligned to technology. So that is forming a crucial part of their selection of statutory auditors. So having a technology, like we use Auditor Desk, we use few other tools for audit. So all these tools give a better picture. They give us a better edge over our competitors. And that's how it helps us. In the audit, of course, you can run scripts and, it helps you to catch out outliers and do the audit. In respect of IPO, IPO certification is an upcoming service area in India. You get DRHP document, which is a big book. And as an auditor, you need to certify the figures in those documents. Now, with the help of technology, we are able to do that tracing matching in just 10-15 minutes. Yeah. So that has been the benefit of adopting the technology.
Yeah, very enlightening examples, Surojji. In fact, specifically with the IPO market hitting a boom in India, I think many of us here would like to understand how you're doing that.
Yeah.
And I think with most of the examples, all the assurance practitioners would be able to relate with one example or the other.
Yeah. One more thing is at one of our banking client, when they generated the dump of JEs, the file was so huge that it couldn't be loaded into Excel. So at that time, we sought help of Auditor Desk, and the same file could be read and audited through the Auditor Desk interface itself. So this is the flexibility, and coverage of risk which technology can help an auditor to cover.
Specifically, as far as NBFC audits and bank audits are concerned,
Definitely.
I think Microsoft Excel has absolutely become redundant.
True.
I think you have to adopt technology for any and all sort of analysis.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, Arunji?
Yeah, I'm going to take a contrary view here. So I just want to ask, how many of you use Google Sheets for your work? So I can see a few hands. So that was one of the things that we did. So we were working with a couple of US-based companies, especially software companies who are extremely agile, technology-driven, and we were reporting to the CFO function. We had to look at their entire chart of accounts, we had to look at their budgets, we had to standardize it, and we had to deliver results instantly. And if work is required to be delivered yesterday in Bahrain, in US it's required 1 week back. So that was the pressure that we were dealing with. The reason that we shifted to a more, and when I say Google Sheets or any other software tool, I'm not talking about a particular product. What I'm talking about is the technology mindset that you need to have to shift, to make that pivot. Because for us, what it solved is that it enabled us to work collaboratively. We had people sitting in 5 different countries. Our main principal sponsor was in US, so we had to serve him. We used to work in the night, complete the work, get it checked, and in the morning when he wakes up, he has his entire file ready. He looks at the deliverables on an ongoing basis. He sees that there is progress, he leaves his comments, and we come and look at it the next day. So I think having that ability to make the shifts towards technology is very important, because technology is changing every day. You need to have a training program, probably for your staff, and have that, I go back to that tone at the top, it's probably very important. We have also had training programs for our staff to train them on these new tools that we were bringing in, because new tools are always difficult and there are also risks associated with them. So we had these programs which solved some of the implementation challenges that we faced.
And one more thing I would like to add here is, nowadays client is receptive towards usage of technology by the auditors. I remember some 10 years ago, before adoption of cloud, a client used to say, come to our office and then you access our server and then you leave the data on our computers, etc. But thanks to COVID afterwards, clients are also amenable to use of technology by auditors. They also are okay with sharing data over emails, etc. And I think as an auditor, we should look at it as an opportunity rather than, a big question mark.
And it's interesting that you talk about the client's experience as well, because, I think a lot of clients felt as though we were auditing them as people, as opposed to auditing the information that they provided us. But now with technology, and because we are focusing more on the data and on the information, it gives them a lot more time to focus on their day-to-day.
Absolutely, and to add on that, I think tech adoption for our firm has also been very enriching. Just to give you a quick example, there was a client who had lots of coal inventory. Coal are heaps and heaps of coal. We used to take about 5 days and 10 people, a team of 10 people deployed for 5 days just to count the coal inventory. Now, with this technology coming in, we partnered with a third-party firm, and now we are doing drone-based physical verification, deploying volumetric analysis, and concluding it in about, say, 5 man-hours. Now, that's a separate story. That client has asked us for a 30% fee reduction, but yeah. So, but having said that, it comes with its own set of challenges and hurdles. So while the technology has made our life easier, I think the journey has not been a cakewalk. So I think I speak for everyone here that adopting technology is never without hurdles. So whether it is cost, training, or mindset. So if we ask that what are the biggest challenges your firms faced in implementing tools like, say, Auditor's Desk, and how did you overcome them? If we can just have a quick thought, starting with you, Eva.
So, when you transition from a network firm and you localize, it means that you need to decide, which path you are taking from a technological perspective. And that was the position that we found ourselves in. And I think we also knew exactly what we wanted. We don't know how to work any other way except, perform tech-enabled audits and advisory services. So we needed to find a partner who was agile, who was flexible, and who was able to build a system that we would be able to work with. And it's, we're a little bit selfish. We want the best of both worlds. We wanted the best of what we had and probably even better, some of the things that we didn't have. And that is why we decided to partner with Auditor's Desk. It has been a journey, certainly, but it has also had a lot of positives. There are things that we hadn't even started thinking about, which we have now been able to incorporate into some of our audits. So it ranges from very sophisticated to basics. I'll make the crowd laugh because one of the challenges that we grappled with was, there's a difference between the Indian and traditional British number systems. So in the way that the digits are grouped. So from an Indian perspective, I think after the first 3, it's commas after every 2 digits, whereas from a British perspective, it's thousands. So that is something that we've had to grapple with. As basic as it might sound, that is something that when we got the first output after introducing the system, we just couldn't believe what we were reading. And it's also been that customization to local standards, customization to regulatory standards. So it's never easy, but I think it needs a lot of open-mindedness, a lot of collaboration, and knowing that it's a journey that it's not a situation where you engage a contractor today and they deliver and that's it. I think you walk together over a period of time, which has really enriched our experience with our new development partner. And I must say we are very proud of what we've been able to accomplish thus far.
All right. So cross-border implementation, integration with the local geography, that can be termed as one challenge. Your thoughts, Surud?
The top three challenges, in my opinion, are first, the technology itself. Like technology needs to be configured properly, correctly, so that it yields right amount of effort, and it has to function in a desired manner. So having technical bugs and removing them in a timely manner is definitely one of the challenges. So as technology helps, it also creates sometimes the problems. Second is we are in the industry of knowledge delivery. Okay, so the software should also contain the domain knowledge, and to what extent or the depth of that domain knowledge to be configured in a system is again a challenge, I feel, because you will never be able to automate everything. Like you can't have a technology where you will simply feed in the general ledger and it gives you the audit report compliant with accounting standard and auditing standard. So I believe that is the second biggest challenge. And third thing is the users of the technology. When I say users, right from partners to articles, accepting the technology and making right use, which is I can say a behavioral challenge, is also an important, and that's where the senior leadership and approach at an individual level helps you to tide through these challenges.
I think, yeah, one of the very important challenges, behavior, staff-related challenges, adapting of technology. So quickly, your thoughts, Arunji, keeping an eye on the clock as well, yeah.
Yeah, and just on what Eva mentioned about the thousands and the lakhs, even we recruit a number of chartered accountants from India. This is the first challenge that we need to deal with. They go back to their lakhs and they forget the millions. So that's something that we continue to deal with. On challenges, there are two things that we deal with, that we dealt with. One is training, and the second is data migration and the local privacy requirements in a particular nation. So training is a big part, especially with middle management and the senior level executives, because they are so habituated with the way they do audit. They are used to certain ways of working, and it's very difficult to break that habit. So what we did is we did cross-mentoring, where we had our analysts and consultants, senior consultants, who are very trained, and they had a blank slate of mind when they came into work, and we kind of trained them to that level. So they were actually training our senior staff on any new technology which comes up. So that was something that we did. And in terms of data migration, we actually implemented Auditor's Desk as well. So we created a containerized data set inside Bahrain. So there is an AWS in Bahrain where we store all the data. We followed all the PDPL requirements. PDPL stands for the privacy data laws, which are there in Bahrain. So that's how we kind of managed those challenges that we faced.
Thank you for giving insights into these challenges, and I must mention here that each of you have handled your respective challenges that your firms have faced very well, and it is certainly going to be helpful for the assurance practitioners that are going to embark on this tech-based journey, and also to those that have already taken kind of the tech plunge. They have taken the tech plunge, right? But each set of geographies, I think, has its own sets of uniqueness in terms of local laws, operational NHR data sets, and the regulatory environment as well. So, I mean, now individual questions to you, starting with you, Eva, that Africa is often seen as a market of unique opportunities. And with fast evolving client needs following your firm's exit from the PwC network in Zimbabwe, how has your firm, Vista Chartered Accountants, leveraged assurance technology to strengthen client trust and continue delivering in this ever-changing dynamic environment?
Thanks for that question. So I think for us, given the fact that we're again exiting a network firm, our clients expected that we would still operate at the same level of quality and be able to still provide the same level of assurance that we did previously. So it was not a choice. We had to swim. But what I think sometimes lacks in network firms is the locality and the localization of what we do and of processes. I think we've been able to leverage that by identifying those gaps that we felt we had previously to build a system that allows us to be able to deliver in the environments and in the ecosystems in which we operate in. I mean, yes, we had to jump and we're building our parachute as we go down. But at the same time, I feel as though we are building a bespoke system that speaks to our clients' businesses. We don't then have to go through the whole rigmarole that perhaps we were required to previously for perhaps an entity that does not necessarily suit the risk profile that was credited to that type of a client. So we found that that has really come with a lot of efficiencies. So again, by partnering with Auditor's Desk, we've been able to create, or to co-create, maybe I should say, the best of both worlds, if I can call it that. And we have found that that has given us a lot of efficiencies that perhaps we didn't enjoy previously.
Thank you, Eva. I must say, Vista has got an extremely capable and resilient team, and we can hardly imagine how challenging it can be for any firm to operate in such a scenario. But kudos to you and your team, Eva. Moving ahead, I think it's time to get some insights from our Indian panelist. Suruji, Indian audit environment is being reshaped by GST and faceless assessments, data-driven compliance, focus on the compliance by the regulator, like audit trail requirement, backups that we are required to report. How is, assuring tech support firms like you keeping pace with this digital first environment? Of course, you had a few points to mention on this earlier, but just a few remarks.
Yeah, so through the use of AssureTech, the biggest challenge that we were able to address is the meet up the requirements of NAFRA and other regulators of timely, backing up the working files, etc. We were also able to ensure completeness of the checklist and etc. by the team, which is important for audit of listed clients. We were able to add control and checkpoints in the working of our team members. So that was the second benefit that we had. And finally, it is helping us in presentation of deliverable, which I believe many speakers have emphasized that it is required to improve the overall service deliverable level. So these were the points for us.
Absolutely, I think I could relate from Indian perspective for most of what you were actually sharing. Arunji, your thoughts?
Yeah. So transparency, speed, efficiency are things that clients want. We used or we leverage technology tools to deliver that. Most times, what we realized from our clients is that by having these conversations, that they needed something which is quick, efficient, and impactful. So we operate in a very unique place in Bahrain where we have restrictions on the number of people that we can take because of the visa restrictions. And we need good quality talent. The fees actually is going on a downward trend for a client, but the salaries are increasing. And the only solution that we thought of is that, we need to leverage technology. So we kind of really understood what the client needs and started to improve our quality in terms of our delivery, whether it comes to vouching, whether it comes to building standardized kind of checklist, and having those IP level thoughts built into those systems so that you don't have to go and train your resources again and again. your resource can come and look and learn from those previous insights that have already been built in, and then they start performing. We have also workflows which we are developing now, where you don't need a manager to kind of take a consultant through the entire journey. It's going to be a workflow-based system where it goes from one step to the next, so that you reduce the human intervention and the partners and the people in the organization share a bigger share of the kitty.
Thank you, Arunji. I think leveraging technology to reduce cost is something which we all can learn from, because I think one of the major challenges any developing CA firm and progressing CA firms faces is managing the cost, especially the human capital cost. Yeah. So second last question for you. Actually, it's a two-part question. Do you see assurance technology primarily as a support tool for auditors, or something that is going to fundamentally change the course of the profession? Followed by another second part of this question: what advice you would give to firms here in the IMEA region who are still a little hesitant about moving their assurance processes onto digital platforms? So this time, let us start with you, Arunji.
Sure. Technology is already fundamentally changing our profession. So just to give you a bit background about myself, I'm an engineer turned chartered accountant. I worked with Citibank for 5 years. I work with Deloitte as part of their payments modernization practice, and also with Block Zero, a niche digital asset startup consulting firm based in Montreal, Canada. So my mindset completely changed from a fixed mindset of having to do ways in a particular fashion to more of a growth mindset, as proclaimed by Carol S. Dweck, who's a world-famous psychologist. And having, I think, that growth-based mindset is primarily important, because if in technology you need to constantly innovate. It's fundamentally changing the way we work. What was your second question?
Second was what advice you would give to the firms?
I think trying by trial and error is very important, and don't think about sunk cost. So you invest in a technology, doesn't work. I think that was the biggest lesson for us. If something doesn't work, it's a sunk cost, move on to the next piece of technology which actually ends up working. So in our firm, we have a practice of using the latest tools and technology. So we have applicant tracking systems for recruitment. We have implemented a CRM system which failed, and we are looking out for one now. I have implemented Auditor's Desk. We have a transcribing tool which transcribes the conversations that we have with our clients, and many more that we constantly take. And now it's become more easier, because most of the technology-based tools are SaaS-based, which is software as a service. Before, traditionally, it used to be more like where you need to have a large capital expenditure and then invest in a technology, and now you have more SaaS-based tools which are available in the market. So I think implementing and forgetting about the sunk cost is important.
Definitely, yeah. And change in orientation, as you mentioned, it's also very, very important. Suruji, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I agree with Arunji. Technology is basically going to change the profession fundamentally. One good thing that I want to mention is that being CA, we are very good at adapting. And I must say that, lots of opportunities are now getting generated. You are able to focus more on analysis and giving your insights because of the usage of technology. Your turnaround time is faster, so you can manage, let's say, timelines of, reporting on statutory audit within 45 days from the end of quarter. And, for a government or regulator, it means that there is an efficient public infrastructure system. In India, if you look at MCA filing, GST, income tax, all have, are heavily reliant on technology usage. So we have to adapt to that. And finally, it opens up new service opportunities. Like in July 2025, Certain has come out with a guideline that you have to get your, like those companies who are using digital systems have to get a mandatory annual system audit done from Certain empaneled auditors. So this is another big opportunity to, go for a premium service line. So my advice to all the auditors is that please adapt to the changes and, you will enjoy it. Enjoy the process. Don't fear the technology. Yeah.
Okay. Your thoughts, Eva?
In the interest of time, just a few remarks for me, and it's a little bit controversial. I don't think that tech is still an audit support tool. Tech is the audit. And if you have not adopted tech in your audits, I think you've already missed the train. So to remain relevant, I think as auditors, we have to adopt. And no one audit is going to be the same as another. And so we need tech to be able to deliver.
Very well summarized. Closing reflections in one line, if you could just mention that what does harnessing technology for assurance means to you personally as an assurance leader? Just a quick final thought.
So for me, I think it's working smarter and not harder.
Right.
To deliver faster, more intelligent, and trustworthy outcomes efficiently and effectively in one line.
Great, yeah.
Okay, those who have watched Game of Thrones, I would like to simply say winter is coming, but not in a pessimistic way. The speed of change in technology is faster. So be vigilant and adapt to the technology to survive through this.
It's inevitable. Automate, adapt, and assure.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. So I would like to conclude this session with two comments or takeaways, you may say. See, technology is not going to replace the auditors, but it is certainly going to replace the auditors that do not embrace technology. So it is no longer an option, it is a necessity, it is the need of the hour. The future auditor may not carry a calculator, but don't be surprised, my friends, if you find a chartered accountant few years from now operating a drone with an AI login and a blockchain password. Yeah, those were my...
With that, thank you so much all the panelists for such a candid and insightful sessions. And I also thank to the moderator, Jalad Soni, as well, to carrying out this session so beautifully. And now I request the chairman and vice chairman, he's already left. So in his absence, I would like to call our treasurer on the stage and to give and present the memento, and of course our ExCom members, and along with that is the member of the year of the member. So with that, I request Manish Arora to come on the stage and CA Ayyappan sir as well to come on the stage to present the memento on behalf of all the members. Yeah, so to our moderator Jalaj Bhai, then panelist Eva, Riva Singhadi, and CA Shurud Lele. Members, can I have a special round of applause for our one of panelist, Shurud Lele. He is having his birthday today. We wish on behalf of the ICI Dubai chapter and entire members a very, very happy birthday to Shurud. May you bless with lots of happiness and progress and success. आप लोग एक बार बोल सकते हैं हैप्पी बर्थडे शुरुद. Thank you so much. That's so lovely from my members always. Okay, so with that, I'm moving forward to the panel discussion number 3. So have you remember his address, what he said when the panel discussion 3 will start, and the moment you will see the first slide of these presentations, a big smile will be on your face. Remember this, right? So let's, okay, so with that note, we are all looking forward for that panel discussion 3. And thank you to all the speakers of the panel too. So now we are coming to the final session, the third and the final panel discussions of the day on a topic that is both timely and critical for all of us as professionals. What changes in audit report due to the corporate tax in UAE? As you know, the corporate tax has brought a wave of change in our reporting responsibilities, and these sessions will help us to understand the practical impact it has on the audit report. And to formally introduce the stalwarts of the next session, I request our committee member, CA Yuga Murthy sir, to do the honors and introduce all the panelists for the next sessions. Can we have a huge round of applause for our CA Yuga?
Thank you, Amit. Good evening, everyone. We have had an insightful day so far. Now we are gearing up for the last panel discussion, what changes in audit report due to UAE corporate tax, a topic that bounds to leave us with a fresh perspective on the audit world. But before we dive into the details, let me introduce the amazing panelist. She is one of those people who gets things done with unmatched energy and precision. Whether she is leading her team or brainstorming new strategies, she brings a unique blend of drive and focus to everything she does. If there is anything who can turn complex challenges into clear, actionable solution, it's Ashna. She is Ashna, Managing Partner, GDT Auditing and Accounting, and Transprice GDT Tax Advisors LLC. Honestly, if multitasking were an Olympic event, Ashna would already have 5 gold medals. His leadership style, next panelist, his leadership style is perfect mix of determination and strategy. As a member of ICA Dubai Chapter Managing Committee, he is one of those rare individuals who can think big and execute even bigger. All while keeping his cool, he is the kind of person who tackles problems with a calm resolve, making him an incredible asset to any team. CA Balram Uchri, CEO of Spectrum Auditing and founding partner of SBC Tax Consulting LLC. If there is one thing you need to know about Balram, it's that no challenge is too big and no coffee too strong. Finally, we have CA Vijay Mohan, Managing Partner at IVAS International Chartered Accountant. Vijaya is a man of action, the kind who can juggle 1,000 tasks at once without breaking a sweat. He is the calm in the storm. While the world around him might be busy, he has an incredible ability to stay composed and think things through with a level-headed approach. His thoughtful leadership is something we all admire, and he brings a sense of tranquility to even most challenging situation, which we saw last week also in Onam and Independence Day celebration. Together, a powerhouse of knowledge, experience, and wisdom. Please join me in welcoming CA Ashna, Balram, and Vijaya.
Good evening. First of all, thank you very much for patiently sitting. Now, I don't know, I'm talking to the members or to the chairs today, but any which ways, we will do it with all our full heart. If you all want, please come and sit in the front. We will definitely not bore you. Please come and sit in the front because you all have actually set for this session. So please come and take your chairs in the front. Pointer?
Did somebody fall asleep?
Okay, I can see the smiles on the face. Just 2 days back when we were sitting with our chairman, 2-3 days back, he said, you know, I'm doing something around audit, but I'm not able to do the last panel where how audit as an importance has derived this UAE jurisdiction, because speakers were coming from outside. So then we said, okay, if that's the case, we will help you. For the last 3 days, we realized what we took up as a challenge. In making those slides, we haven't slept 3 nights, I think, just to understand what the laws are, what IFRS says, what ESA says, all just so that our members can understand and learn how this jurisdiction is changing. That's where I realized anybody here has siblings? Like 3, 4 siblings together? Yes, our chairman itself has. So this is a chaos family with 3 siblings, okay, where the elder brother is IFRS. He's like the cool and calm there. He knows the entire law of the jurisdiction, and he sits there to navigate and guide. Then we have the single espresso guy who's very serious, who's Bala in it, okay? He's the auditor who does not miss out on anything, does not let you do any material misstatement. Then comes the most fun-loving and the most exciting. Yes, that is tax. She takes and grabs their share, which is the 9% tax in the jurisdiction, but she is needed to keep the balance. That's where the UAE brought in tax to you. So this was the overall perspective of the first slide. Going back to tax and audits, how many of you have stayed more than 10 years here in Dubai? Many of us. How was those roads then? The roads were very simple, journey was calm, driving was very nice, peaceful, no much cars, no traffic, no fines. Then corporate tax came in, life changed. We have to see those cameras, watch the speed fines every now and then. That is actually what happened if you see the audit journey. Tax brought in a lot of bumpers in an auditor's life. He has to actually tie the seat belt now, sit and watch what is all happening all around. He needs to have that eagle-eyed view around. So what we have today for you is a little perspective on what happens in every situation. Say managerial remuneration, say free zones, say related party, what as an auditor in terms of IFRS or in terms of ESA, or at the same time, he cannot be just learning IFRS and ESA. He has to also have a perspective of the law of corporate tax. And when all 3 will come in, what are the challenges he's actually facing in this jurisdiction? That was very important to drive this session. So without taking much of your time, I request Balaram to give a perspective of the session.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashna. I think we all have gone through the implementation of VAT. To some extent, it was a little hard to implement that initially when the rules were not so clear. But over a period, we got used to it. But now when we see the corporate taxes coming in here, it's not just the top line and some of the expenses that you need to be careful about. It's the overall financial statements and all the transactions that you go or take through to that financial statements is going to be important. So on a jokingly, I tell my clients generally that so far you are the only partners. Now you have another partner in the form of FTA or Ministry of Finance into your business. So if that is the case, if you have another partner, definitely you are responsible, you are accountable to make sure that the accounts are recorded properly and the reports are updated properly by following all the rules and regulations. And when you file the returns, of course, you have to make sure that the profit that you are disclosing and finally arriving to the taxable income should be proper. So that's where we all have to be very, very careful. If you are in industry, definitely you have to make sure that your accounts are updated properly. Your chart of accounts is revisited to make sure that whatever is required from CT point of view to implement that is updated properly. And of course, various other specific points that we can see on the slide are definitely going to be important ones. But if you're an auditor, for sure, whether your client has done all these things properly or not, and what is your responsibility as an auditor, and what are the responsibility of the clients to take care of, to comply or implement this corporate tax law properly. So to be specific on some of the topics, of course, when you prepare financial statements, you have to have accounting policies as part of your financials. So far, not every company was maintaining or talking about the accounting policies with respect to corporate taxes. Only the group companies which have got entities outside of UAE where you have corporate taxes implemented there, they were talking about it. But now, for all the entities in UAE, it is mandatory to have this accounting policies on corporate taxes as part of your financial statements. Not only having that, but implementing them in your day-to-day accounting transactions, recording is very, very important. In addition to that, of course, when you, before you submit your financial statements or the corporate tax returns, you'll have to compute your corporate taxes or tax provision. So some people may do it at the end of the year, but most of the groups or larger entities, they have to compute this and make sure that it is accounted on monthly or quarterly basis to make sure that even if your MIS is giving the true picture. So that is the reason why calculation of tax provision is going to be very important. Along with that, deferred tax assets and deferred tax liabilities computation is going to be tricky if you don't have clarity on your transactions that you account. Of course, one of the important and interesting areas is free zones. So free zones, if you have a qualifying free zone or qualifying free zone conditions if you're meeting, are you regularly meeting them to make sure that at the end of the year, you're not defaulting on the benefit that you're supposed to get or not is very important one to look at. And you have to identify the related parties. Of course, so far we are identifying for the purpose of financial statements or IFRS, but for the purpose of corporate taxes, identifying larger related party base is going to be very, very important. Especially if you are part of a local group where your related parties and connected persons list is going to be too big, identifying that list itself is going to be a challenging task. Transactions that you do with related parties and making sure that they are at arm's length, like Ashna mentioned, payments to connected persons, any salaries, remuneration, or anything that you make to pay connected persons, that should be at market value. So all those things are going to be very important. Some of the transactions that you do with the related shareholders, maybe payments that you do or payments that you take from them on a regular basis, or any loans that you take or give to the shareholders, whether we've accounted them properly or not is important. Shareholders current account, one of the popular accounts that we see in most of the financial statements. Do we have to do something for that? That's what we have to look at now. And as part of corporate tax compliances, do you have any expenses which are not allowed to be deducted fully or partly? Are they classified properly in your books of accounts? Do you have enough clarity or visibility on them when you go to the end of the year to compute your taxes? So all these are the areas where we have challenges compared to before implementing the corporate taxes versus post-implementations. So these are the areas that we want to touch base on roughly. One thing I wanted to make sure that or tell you all that whatever we talk here or mention here, these are the opinions of our individuals, our personal opinions. Whenever you take any decision, we recommend you to go back to the law and make sure that it is understood, and based on that law, you're taking the decision. So this is what I wanted to cover. So over to you, Jay.
Bala has become a correct auditor by putting a very beautiful disclaimer. All the opinions are personal in nature. That you came before you take this opinion as a formal one, you consult with a tax agent or refer the law. So now my role, we were all discussing for last 2 years about qualifying free zones. How do we get qualifying free zone was the point which we were all discussing for the last 2 years. That was one of the hottest topic, and we have seen a lot of changes in the laws and regulations. Public consultation document came, initial decree law came, ministerial decision came, then it has repelled. There are a lot of changes happened. But from the auditor's perspective, when you are doing the audit of a qualifying free zone company, what is the risk which you are taking as an auditor? That's what we are trying to address on it. When there is a material judgment an auditor or a client is taking while you are taking the qualifying free zone exemption. So the client says that client may have done an impact assessment or may not have done an impact assessment. And client says, claim that they are a qualifying free zone person. And based on the claim, the books have been finalized without making a provision for taxes, claiming that there is no requirement for a corporate tax. So when you are certifying that financials of that client, what is the risk which an auditor takes? Auditor is also taking significant risk because the non-provisioning and this judgment, if that is changed or if challenged by FTA, and later point of time, if based on the FTA audit, this decision what the client has taken, which has been challenged by the FTA auditor, then there is a provision for tax to be accounted for that. And you are, as an auditor, certifying a balance sheet or an income statement without making that provision. So the auditor's judgment itself is having a big question mark on that thing. So there is a big challenge or big risk as an auditor we are also taking into consideration. We are all, maybe most of the people who is sitting in the room is auditors, has already been certified. Even I am also certified many balance sheet, claiming that qualifying free zone exemption. But sometimes it feels challenging. Whether we can, before the signing of the audit report, we think a lot on that, whether it can be changed, substance can be questioned, whether all the questions can be challenged. So keeping that in mind, we have framed a questions. You are appointed as an auditor of a free zone company. The company has not made any tax provisioning, claiming that it is a qualifying free zone entity. But as an auditor, you have not received any documentation to prove or substantiate that it's a qualifying free zone person. You have completed other procedures and the client is insisting to issue the report. What would be your position? How do you can substantiate that your position is valid? And how can you document that? That's what we are trying to look at it. We are trying to look at it from the ISA angle. We are trying to look at it from the IFRS perspective and also from the tax perspective. On tax basis, how do we, we substantiate that it's a qualifying free zone? We are not going to refer that whether it is a qualifying free zone person or how do you calculate the qualifying free zone exemption. That is not the objective. But from the auditor's perspective, what are all the basic things which you can do? And you can refer back to ISA and you can refer back to IFRS and on what are all the modification which you may have to do it in your financial statements or in an auditor report. That is what we are looking at it. So now, sorry. So this was my question, and I wanted to give to Ashna, and also I wanted to give to Bala for your thoughts on it, and I would like to hear from you, Ashna, on the tax angle.
Yeah, so when you say qualifying free zone, how many of you by now know what are the conditions from the tax perspective that a company can get the relief of qualifying free zone? Anyone can put up the hand and answer one condition, yes? Substance, excellent. Now, what are the challenges around substance? Yes. Sorry? Yes, this is another condition. Challenges around substance. Yes. This was a very unique concept, first of all, which came in UAE. Okay, in UAE, if you see as from tax angle, there are two rates, 9% and 0%. It's very rare in a country that you will see two tax rates. Now the challenge comes from transfer pricing perspective also, because in the same jurisdiction, you have two tax rates. So shifting of profit can happen. Then, that is why, as an auditor, you need to understand what a company is doing if they have an entity which they are claiming 0% tax rate. One of the conditions was substance. Now, how do you actually build a substance? First of all, free zone. If a company has been formed in a free zone, only then they can take the benefit of 0% tax rate. Now, when we talk about substance, what is the meaning of this substance? It means building the right assets that are needed for the company to run, building the right number of employees that are needed, which is very subjective. There is no definition of number of employees. I can run my company as single owner. I can run my company with one PRO, one admin person, and say one salesperson. That is enough for a 100 million turnover company. Now that is very, very subjective. But you as an auditor, if you see a balance sheet of 100 million revenue and you see one person operating it, and they say that they have full substance in that free zone, what happens in such cases? Will the FTA give you 0% benefit, seeing that the auditor there is no qualified opinion? Okay, that we will go further, but the one condition is building the right substance. The second condition would be arm's length. Transfer pricing comes in picture here. If you have a related party, you need to see that the transactions which are done with the related party are at arm's length. Now, how do you justify this arm's length? Build the right documentation around it, benchmarking, supportings. Without transfer pricing supportings, you cannot have claiming a 0% election. There is another unique concept in tax in terms of free zone. They created something called as domestic PE. So if you are in a free zone, if you have something in the mainland which you are declaring as a domestic PE, then that is considered to be your related party. Any transactions that you are doing with your domestic PE has to be at arm's length. Now again the question comes, how do you justify this arm's length, and what as an auditor you need to look into these conditions? The third condition, as they said, was the de minimis level. Here we all know that up to 95% of your revenue has to be from the core income generating revenue. Only 5% diversion is given, and for that also they have capped it at 5 million. So 95% you need to derive from your core income generating activity. Now, how do you maintain your books in such cases? Do you do segment revenue? How do you classify the revenue? And what additional measures as an auditor one will have to take to understand whether revenue is being correctly identified or not? Because most of the time, how much do we do a 100% audit of all the sales invoices, all the purchase invoices? How do you actually know whether it is 95% is the correct percentage and 5%? Because for 95% there is no tax provision if it is a qualifying free zone. But for 5% there is. So what happens in such cases? Again, you have to do an election, and for 50 million and above, which is not 0%, then you do an audit report. But if you are a free zone company, you are opting for 0%, you need to do an audit report. So financial statement comes into picture. But now let's hear from Bala next on from what IFRS has to say, or what ISA has to say if it's a free zone company, and what comes into picture as an auditor.
Yeah, I think this is one of the critical area for most of the companies which are in free zones to look at. And as an auditor, if you are auditing those companies, I would like to just understand how many of your here are auditors are working in audit firms? On a show of hands, quite a number. So do you think that you have seen the scenario? The company has not documented whether they are meeting the conditions of qualifying free zone person status or not, but they are not even made any provision towards the taxation on their profit, correct? Thinking that they are qualifying for a QFZB. So you as an auditor, what do you think is your responsibility? Is it necessary that we have to look at it and make sure that they are eligible, then only you allow them to make 0% or not? You think it is your responsibility as an auditor? Yes. So you think it is not? Generally, yes, it is not, because it is the management who prepares the financial statements. You as an auditor is only reviewing the financial statements and forming an opinion on that particular financial statements, and then accordingly issue your report. And that report can be anything of unmodified or modified opinion according to your comfort that you get on the financial statements. That's what is the primary thing. But at the same time, is it not completely your responsibility to check whether they are meeting all the conditions or not? Answer is not necessarily. You as an auditor definitely will have to get a comfort on that. If you look at the IAS 12, it also expects you to make sure that the company, the management has computed the taxes properly, computed the deferred tax assets and liabilities properly. And if there are any situations or circumstances where it is not fully clear to you that whether they are meeting the requirements of the law or not, and accordingly, what do you have to do? What options do you have? You as the company management is what you need to look at. So, of course, it is the primary responsibility of the company and management, but at the same time, you as an auditor also is expected to look at it. What is the basis that they have taken to compute this or arrive to this position? And accordingly, are you comfortable with that position? Do you have enough documentation to show or to rely on so that your opinion is not going to be a problematic one? At the same time, IAS 1 also expects you that company is having right amount of accounting policies, they're transparent, and then fair presentation is happening there, and the policies are implemented across the year, and disclosures are made. If you have any judgment, a source of estimation that you have, is it certain or uncertain? Accordingly, if it is uncertain, what are the positions that you have to take as an auditor? Or as an accountant also, you have, as management of the company also, you need to look at all these things. At the same time, if the position that they have taken and you're not comfortable with that, so whatever we say, uncertainty over income tax statement under IAS 12. So if it is straightforward, if it is a mainland company, they apply 9% and close the matter. But if it is not, since in this case it is ambiguity is there, whether they are eligible for qualifying reason person or not. So first of all, the management itself should see whether whatever conclusion they made is probable that the particular tax statement will be accepted by the authority. If we have reasonable amount of basis to conclude that the authority can accept whatever judgment that they are to the position that they have taken, we as an auditor are comfortable to go with 0%. But if the management is not comfortable with that position, or if you as an auditor is not comfortable with the position that they have taken, you have doubts on certain positions or certain conditions that we have seen, then of course you cannot go ahead with that financial statement where the tax provision is made at 0%. You definitely have to ask the management to take 9% as the tax provision to compute, and accordingly you do it. If the management is not agreeing to it, of course you have your own way to address that by looking at your audit report that you issue, and then accordingly whether you want to issue modified or unmodified opinion. It also depends what is the significance of that, how much amount of the tax exposure that we have as part of this uncertainty. Is it really impacting your financial statements or not? But at the same time, if you see the next slide, you as an auditor is expected to address the consideration with respect to laws and regulations compliance in UAE. So whether the company or your client is meeting with all those laws and regulations or not. If they are not meeting those regulations, you as an auditor is expected to comment on those non-compliances as part of your audit opinion. So in this process, what kind of laws and regulations that we have is everything need to be complied with, and you as an auditor need to make sure that everything is complied with the client or not. So there are two categories of compliances that we have. So some kind of compliances which are directly impacting your financial statements, okay? And some other regulations which are not directly impacting your financial statements, but indirectly they may impact. So in the case of compliances which are directly impacting something like income tax law, it definitely impacts your financial statements directly. So in those cases, company will definitely have to comply with that, but you as an auditor need to make sure that the company is meeting those or complying with those laws and regulations mandatorily. If they are not, then you are expected to comment on that, and accordingly you make the conclusion. But certain other laws which may not be directly impacting our financial statements, something like labor laws or some other laws, only if they don't comply with that, if that is significant enough, then it may impact your financial statements. So in those cases where it is not complied with and you have a financial impact on your financial statements, that is when you have to comment on those non-compliances and report it accordingly. So these are the various things that we need to look at. It is not a straightforward answer to look at, but we have various items and elements to look at, and accordingly you need to take a decision as an auditor. What do you have to do, and what do you ask your management to do it, or the company's management to do it? And finally, if they are not aligned with your suggestion, what opinion you have to issue is what you have to look at.
So now we have seen from the tax perspective that, okay, we have to follow certain conditions. And then we saw the IFRS perspective. IAS 1 say that the financial statement should present fair, and it should be present fairly. And also IAS 12 say that, okay, as an you have to calculate your provision for taxes and deferred tax liability based on the complying with the rules and regulations. And also ISR 250 says that you have to follow the local rules and regulations. And one more thing is there, when you have not received the the supporting documentation to conclude an audit, there is a limitation on the scope comes into picture. So now we are talking about an auditing for a client wherein the client claims that it's a qualifying free zone company, wherein client has not provided with you a supporting document to prove that they are a qualifying free zone entity. That can be an impact assessment report from a qualified tax consultant, or from another auditor, or from their own auditor, or from the management also can be provided a tax impact assessment report. So now in that scenario, how do we conclude that? So As per IFRS and ISAs, as per international accounting standards, there is, we start our audit report saying that the financial statement comply with international financial reporting standards and international standards of auditing. So that's a statement in which we put it in our audit report. So if that prescribes that, IAS 1 prescribes that it should be fairly calculated, and IAS 12 says that the tax should be calculated and deferred tax assets and liability to be calculated. If you don't have an evidence, and ISA says about the laws and regulations, you should comply with the laws and regulations. And also ISA says about when there is a when there is supporting documents are not received as per ISA 7705, you may have to look into modifying your opinion. If your substantive evidences are not received to support, to satisfy your conclusions, you may have to look into give an opinion against an adverse opinion or a disclaimer of opinion, as the case may be. So as an auditor, you cannot just ignore the fact that client is saying that it's a qualifying free zone company, and you cannot just take that 0% claim if you are not being satisfied and if you are not being properly documented the thing. So the essence of the discussion is that you need to document the conclusions, you need to discuss with the management, and you need to, even if they are not willing to provide you the documentation, you need to document those transactions. Now in this scenario, I am extending this scenario a bit further. Now I received an audit report. I received the tax consultant's report. To what extent I can believe on that consult? There is another ISA is there. So relying upon the work of an expert. So you are believing the work of an expert in forming your opinion. So on that scenario, Bala, I received a consultant's report. Let's say that he was as an auditor, and I received an audit report or a tax assessment report from SBC Consulting. So what are all the things which I should be looking at it, while taking that report as a supporting documents in order to make my conclusions?
Yeah.
Disregard both and take mine.
I think here, it's important to look at, you as an auditor, if you are competent enough to verify the positions that are taken by the company or management or client, or if you're comfortable with the documentation that they have, and then you can go ahead based on that. But if the management has taken report from some consultant, and you as an auditor now is reviewing that or relying on that particular report issued by a consultant. So as I mentioned, it is you as an auditor are relying on the report of an expert. So in those cases, you as an auditor needs to get yourself comfortable with that report. And you also need to have your audit processes in place to check whether that particular expert is qualified enough to perform that particular assessment or analysis, and is he qualified enough to come to the conclusion which gives you comfort. You also need to check whether he has any objectives, or is he related to that company management, so that he is giving the report which is favorable to the company. So whether he is independent enough to rely on that particular report or not. So that you have to look at, and what kind of scope and assumptions that they have taken. So this goes most of the times in actuarial valuation report. So there we actually rely on the report given by them. So to compute that actuarial valuation of gratuity amount, they take a lot of other assumptions and market numbers into it and arrive to that liability to be created. So in those cases, you have to look at the scope and assumptions that they have taken, whether it is forming part of that particular report, and you also as an auditor need to document that in your working papers and make sure that it is sufficient enough. And you also need to corroborate those numbers and assumptions that they have taken from your own sources and make yourself comfortable with the report issued by them. That is when you can go ahead and then consider that for as part of your audit report and audit working papers. But at the same time, if you're not getting comfort on those, definitely you may go back and then comment on this on your audit opinion, whether you're relying or not relying. If you're relying in, it's not an issue at all. You may mention this as emphasis of matter. But if you're not relying on it, then you may have to go for a qualification and say that this report, I'm not relying on this, or the position taken by the management, I'm not comfortable with that. So because of which this is a consequence and this is an impact on your financial statements, and this is a qualification that I'm going for it.
Yeah. So to conclude that scenario. So you can rely on the work of an expert, provided that expert is having sufficient experience and qualification and knowledge in that field, and you have made sufficient notes into the financial, client is made sufficient notes to the financial statements. In both the cases, making the, whenever you are taking the scenario of a qualifying free zone, the assumptions and judgments, actually there is an estimates and assumptions and judgments we always add in the financial statements. Those notes are very important, and you as an auditor can emphasize on that. On basis of these assumptions, the free zone provisions or free zone exemption has been taken. So that emphasis of matter also can be added in these both the scenarios. Whenever you are satisfying, whenever you are being satisfying with the positions of the client. So now we are not extending much on that thing. So the conclusion is that, free zone exemptions, free zone conclusions on qualifying free zones, auditor is also on a risky position. Not only the client is also taking the financial risk, but an auditor is taking a risk of certifying a wrong financial or a misleading financial statements or a wrong assessment or a wrong judgment we are also giving, and we are issuing a wrong report. That position can come in. So be careful and add the necessary notes in the estimates, judgments, and other areas, and make yourself safe as an auditor. That's what our conclusion. So the next point, I would like to hand it over to Ashna on the related parties.
So next segment that we are going to talk about is related party. I think every balance sheet here has something or the other. Our chairman is smiling. Every balance sheet here has related party, isn't it? Every balance sheet will have one transaction with related party. How do we tackle it? Earlier, 10 years back when people were doing audit, did anybody actually see those audit reports, or only they were for compliance purposes, submission to free zone, part of consolidation, or I want to take a loan, give me so much of net profit, this is my turnover, I want the audit report. Did anybody actually go and see those notes, what the auditors were writing? We were writing something. Really, anybody saw? No. But now, suddenly with tax coming in, related party got a lot of traction here. Because one, there is no personal income tax. 9% tax you pay, you take remuneration, there is no tax. Again, there is shifting here from one pocket to another. That's where, what is your role as an auditor? And what perspective do you need to put checkpoints here? And in this regard, what does IFRS, ISA say? If you go to IFRS 24 will define what is related party. The title itself tells you related party disclosures. What does that mean? Every title tells you something what that section means, always. Related party disclosures means only if there is a transaction you have to disclose related party, yes or no? Yes or no? If there is no value, no transaction, but there are 10 related parties, are you disclosing it in your financials? Yes or no? Yes. It means related party disclosures. Whether there are transactions or not with that related party is secondary. First step as an auditor is you need to sit and identify who are these related parties. That is what IFRS 24 brings into you. I always call IFRS 24 as that nosy neighbor auntie, Gupta auntie in the side hood. She knows everything. She knows all your relatives. She knows everybody who's coming to your house. So exactly, IFRS 24 plays that role. You first need to meet the management, sit with them, and understand who are the related parties for a particular business. Then comes, next slide. Then comes the ISA 550 and 240. What do you think they do? ISA 550 actually deals with the related party. The standard recognizes that related party transactions are not always at arm's length, and there is a risk that it can be misstated. And if it is misstated, definitely you as an auditor is at risk on your opinion. So it draws your attention to how you can actually value the transactions of related party. As regarding ISA 240, what happens? Auditor's responsibility relating to fraud comes into picture. If the transactions are not valued properly, they are not at arm's length, are they intentional or not? Are there any fraud or not? Has management actually intentionally not disclosed to you some related party. That is where the ISA 240 comes into picture, and you need to be very, very careful as an auditor. So, as an auditor, you don't only have to rely on IFRS, but again, ISA and the interpretation committee also comes into picture. So first step will be identify the related parties, then measure those transactions. When you measure, see that they are actually at arm's length. Maintain the documents, benchmarking, underlying agreements. If there are loans, then interest benchmarkings, credit ratings to substantiate what the value is. And after that, record it. And if you still see that there can be a possible misrepresentation, then opinion has to be in your hand, whether it's emphasis required or qualified opinion required.
From the tax angle?
Yeah, from the tax side, arm's length. I think all of us know by now what is the meaning of arm's length for a related party. In the school, we used to keep children at arm's length. This is not that arm's length. This arm's length is something where you have to keep your related party at arm's length. But again, measure that arm's length. So measuring is very important. How you will measure it? See that you treat it exactly as your unrelated party. If you are having contracts with your unrelated party, then the same terms should be given to your related party. One question that comes to us every now and then is, Ashna, how will the FTA come to know that he's my brother's friend or brother's cousin, whatever? Okay, that is up to you. If you do not want to disclose, means you're hiding something. You're inviting troubles for yourself. FTA is collecting data from every angle. That's why they're asking your Emirates ID, you're asking your details, login details. Everything is going to be transparent going further. Even now it is transparent. So as an auditor, you first have to rely on what the management tells you, but you can't just stick to what management tells you. You have to go further and build those processes to identify and locate if there are any hidden related party and keep them at arm's length. You can go further. Yeah. So potential risk. Potential risk is that profit may be manipulated. If it's not valued properly, I want to take 1 million salary, but 1 million salary is actually, you are eligible for it or not. Going down, there are certain slides which we have built up to understand what presentation matters, and it's already come in the UAE jurisdiction, that you may want a certain amount of salary, but actually, if you employ someone to do that same role, will that someone you will pay 1 million? They say, I want to take a bonus. How much is it worth, the bonus? Do we give someone a bonus of $500,000? No, we don't. So it's very important to measure these transactions correctly. Otherwise, there is a high risk that the profits will not be stated correctly and there won't be a true and fair representation of the report. So as regards conclusion, first is as per IFRS 24, please see that you identify the related party, you measure them, see that the transactions are at arm's length and have a full disclosure. In certain financials, I've started seeing now that there are even short CVs given of the related party, and these are listed financials. So the notes to accounts have been extremely thorough now. It is not just restricted to identifying. There are structures that are given, what role, what controls related parties are playing, and then each of the related party, there are short CVs given and their role, what are their remuneration. So that level of exposures have gone into audit reports. So going further on questions now, my first question, Vijay, I have a question for you. Will you help me?
Sure.
Director receives a remuneration of 600,000 annually as a consultancy fee, and there is no formal consultancy agreement which is being done because it's his own company. They say, I want to take 600,000. But these payments are regularly going from the bank account. Is this a relatable one? Very relatable question? Yes. Now from an auditor's perspective, what is the check one should perform around such connected party payments? From a corporate tax perspective also, what is the best way to take it as an allowable deduction, and where do we draw this in between line, a legitimate business expense or to be considered as a distribution of profit? Because if it fails the test and it doesn't have supporting documents, it can be taken as profit, so no expense. So Vijay bhai, can you please put some thought around this?
Yeah, IFRS, when you talk about IFRS does not stop you in taking any remuneration or a consultancy fees or a management remuneration from any company wherein I am a shareholder. So IFRS requires that you should be disclosing it properly because it's a disclosure standards. IAS 24 itself, if you look at it, it talks about related party disclosure. So you need to disclose it, then you are satisfying the requirement of IFRS. And ISA point of view, then ISA is saying that how you how you audit that balance. So how do you ensure that the balances or the payment is correct, whether there is a legitimate contract is there, whether there is it's a completeness, how do you ensure the completeness, and then ISA will also be satisfied. But from the tax angle, if you wanted to make it as a deductible expenses, wherein we have a challenge in that. No, you taken these expenses, but the question says that it does not have a supporting contract is not there. So when you look at it from the tax angle, when expenses are incurred exclusively for the purpose of business are deductible expenses, provided it can be satisfied, the other conditions can be satisfied. When you talk about this scenario, it is a related party, then it goes to the second scenario of saying that Article 34 will be applicable, payment to connected person. So in that scenario, you need to ensure that it is under arm's length price. And then the third question will be there, what is the documentation to prove that? What is a contractual relationship, or whether there is a board meetings is there, whether the minutes of board meetings approved these payments. If all these things are being satisfied, if it is exclusively for the purpose of business, there is a valid contract, and it is under the arm's length principles, if all these things are being followed, then you can claim it. So in order to claim that, okay, benchmarking analysis will also be an added supporting documents to ensure that arm's length principles can be is fulfilled. So if you prove that all these things are satisfied, of course you can take it. But if there is in any of the scenarios, but again it is a judgmental thing, which I feel that it can be allowed, but FTA can have a different statement or different view always can be taken on it. So it is always been judgmental. So I would say that we be conservative on these kind of situations, and please ensure that the documentations are proper.
Okay, there's another question for you, Balram. A company have received a loan of 5 million from its main shareholder. No formal loan agreement exists, no interest is charged, and the repayment terms are very unclear. Now, how should this be treated under IFRS, ISA, and UAE corporate tax law? This is a very common situation. Most of the shareholders especially convert their current account beautifully to saying that it can be taken as loan. But this loan concept comes every now and then. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, it is most commonly happening transaction in UAE. In the interest of time, I would like to club the next question also, in fact. See, the owners for most of the SME companies here, they don't differentiate the company from their own transactions. So that's one of the biggest challenges that we have in this area, in this part of the world. So that is the reason why we may have transactions which are in shareholders' current account, which are like, whenever they want money, they take from the company. Whenever they have excess funds, they fund into the company by the shareholders or directors. So these scenarios are very, very common. We have to look at each and every scenario properly and make the necessary adjustments to your books of accounts, as well as whether you as an auditor are comfortable relying on those numbers or not is important to look at. So first of all, if a loan is taken from a shareholder, as per IFRS 9, it has to be shown as a financial instrument and loan, right? So as you mentioned in that all the terms, there are no terms with respect to your repayment, as well as there is no interest rate that is agreed. I'm sure there is no contract also agreed or entered into. This is the most common one, but this is also the most complicated one as an auditor to rely on those numbers. So when you do initial measurement on that particular loan, you are expected to account that at fair value. Since you don't have any interest rate agreed and you don't have any term, so you have to decide whether that will be classified as a current or non-current. That can be one of the biggest questions, right? Since there is no term defined, do you want to call it as a current or non-current. So then you have to take the inputs from the management also to understand what is their perspective. Whether they want to make the payment or repay it as and when the company is having funds to give back. So in which case it could be a current loan. Or if they want to classify it as a long term, that they don't want to take it immediately, but they want to treat it as a long term. So in that case, you have to understand what is the tenure for repayment of that particular loan. And accordingly, if they have any interest that they agree, well and good. If they don't have any interest rate that they agree, then you may take the market interest rate or market rate and then come to a fair value. So in which case your interest or loan amount may vary, and then you have to adjust that fair value difference amount, and then that difference may go to your equity as equity share. So this is a kind of adjustments that we need to do or one has to do as part of IFRS compliance. So you as an auditor needs to make sure that whether they're complying with these things or not. So, and then you have to have enough documentation around that particular, so ask them to enter into a contract, ask them to mention all these terms and interest rate, everything needs to be documented there, and you as an auditor also need to document all those terms and get yourself, make yourself comfortable with those numbers. So this is one of the important one to look at. At the same time, if you have shareholders current account, earlier, yes, we have been considering the shareholders current account as part of the equity. So if someone comes from outside of UAE, who has worked in audit firms outside, they come and look at your financial statements here earlier. So they used to look at this shareholders current account and get surprised as to what is this account, what kind of transaction, what kind of nature of this particular account is it. But here it is a general practice that we have been following for most of the financials. But now that practice has to be discontinued. So no more you will have to have a shareholders current account. You need to analyze that particular account and see whether that should be considered as a current loan or non-current loan, or is it a due from or due to related party, and then accordingly classify. But since earlier it was classified as equity or shareholders current account, now you also need to see whether you have to reclassify that particular last year numbers. So all these things and the necessary disclosures with respect to that reclassification, why you are doing it, what is the impact, all those things need to be coming into your financial statements, and you as an auditor also may draw the reader's attention to particular adjustment or reclassification.
Bala, I can add one point towards that because shareholders current account. See, we have to understand one aspect in that because the share capital of UAE entities is kept at a very small amount of 300,000. So the rest of the funding usually happens through the shareholders current account. And earlier there was a local shareholding structures was also there. People does not wanted to show the high share capital and other things. That was one of the reason for showing this as a shareholder's current account balance, and it is allocated specifically to one shareholder. Now the scenarios has been changed, and there is a lot of changes it's happening in that thing. And practically, Raju sir is sitting over here. He has been seeing the audit industry for more than 3 decades. So he has seen all the phases of the things. Practically, it is not possible also because the banking issues, the regulatory issues, and all the things are there. So we cannot, But we feel that some on a practical level, what we suggest or maybe what we see is that there will be always a fixed amount. There will be always a running balance. So people used to see that this is a box of my account. I can do whatever I can do it through that account. That concept has to be changed. And certain amount, if you wanted to put it as an advance against share capital or part of an equity, that should not be withdrawn. So there should be it should be in a fixed in nature for the time being. Maybe over a period of 1 or 2 years, that concept itself may change. And the running balances. Short-term fundings and short-term withdrawing should be shown as a due to related party would be a practical approach to resolve that scenario for a time being, actually.
I think you're referring to what amount of your equity or the amount that was shown as part of equity should remain in equity. And then what amount of balance should go as part of your due from or due to or loan. So that definitely is a challenging one. As he mentioned, we have 300,000 as a share capital mentioned in your memorandum of association in most of the memorandums. But is that sufficient enough for your business as capital or not is what you have to look at. Maybe if it is a manufacturing entity, the capital requirement is significantly higher. But if it's a trading entity or service entity, you may require limited amount of share capital. So accordingly, your equity portion should be varied. You may show this equity of 300,000 as share capital, and then additional capital which you want to retain in the business for a longer term perspective, that can still be remained as part of your equity. But you have to make sure that you have necessary documentation around that. You may ask your client to pass a board resolution to say that this amount will be retained in the business as capital for long term. We will not be withdrawing that amount. And the remaining portion definitely will have to be looked at and see accordingly where to classify that. So that's what we just want to do.
So basically, characterization is what is very important now. The nature of the transaction is what you need to study, whether it belongs to capital, whether it can be considered as loan, whether it has any substance of a due to related party. It is very important to understand how you are classifying and what characterizing. How will you understand that? By understanding what was the underlying nature of the transaction or what documents were there towards those transactions. Only then the characterization can be studied. You can't just say loan to the shareholder or capital in nature. It's very important, and that is where the challenge for an auditor comes. Moving on, we had two sections, free zones and related party, but because of time we had to sum up. We had a long detailed PPT. The third section, what came to our mind was, and which is still relevant now, is something on deferred tax provisions and receivables. So if you all are still patient and still time, energy is left in you all, then Balram will take you all through a little glance of the last section, which has some slides of the actual financials of some multinational, which are already publicly available as well, which will give you all an understanding, because it is already December 24 and they've closed it. So tax year and the disclosures are already there. So are you all patient with us? Loud, yes. Only the, oh, Balram, your stage is yours.
Yeah, so thank you for that. We will just, in the interest of time, for sure, we'll try to sum it up quickly. So we just wanted to look at some other areas which will have impact because of the corporate taxes. So one of the important one, as we have discussed already, current tax and deferred tax assessment computation. This is something that is new for most of the auditors and accountants in this part of the world. So, but as we know, the current tax is something that is calculated on your current year profits, and also you will have to look at the movement in your deferred tax assets and deferred tax liabilities, which will go as part of your profit and loss account. We'll just quickly look at what kind of disclosures and presentations you have to make sure that you have in your financial statements. Deferred tax assets or deferred tax liabilities, this is with respect to your timing differences of your tax payable amounts. So because of the different amounts as your accounting numbers as well as your tax-based numbers, because of the timing differences, you may have deferred tax asset or deferred tax liability. But at the same time, the movement between your current year and previous year's deferred tax assets or liabilities will come in your profit and loss account, and those balances of deferred tax asset or liability will go in your balance sheet. So this is how we compute. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Of course, it is IFRS related one. But what we have to see is that whether your differences that you have between your accounting numbers and tax basis, is it a permanent in nature or temporary in nature? Is it going to be adjusted or not adjusted? If it is permanent in nature, permanent differences will not have any deferred tax asset or liabilities. If it is temporary differences, taxable temporary differences will have deferred tax liability. If it is deductible temporary difference, it will have deferred tax asset. So this is how we classify. It is simple to look at it, but definitely it is one of the complicated area to understand and arrive to what are the numbers and which all numbers will have impact of this DT and DTL is going to be a challenging one. So provision for doubtful debts and bad debts, and provision for obsolete and slow moving items in inventory, and other provisions for whatever you have. So here, why we wanted to talk about this is that generally it may also vary based on the elections that you do in your first corporate tax return filings. But at the same time, since these are revenue account related transactions, it may have less impact because of that. But why we wanted to discuss this is that provision for bad debts and doubtful debts especially. So if you want to do that in 2024, the important thing to look at is that really a right amount that you're providing in current year? Or was it to be considered in 2023 or before? But because of your tax advantage that you have in 2024, you are trying to bring most of your provision in this year, 2024, and try to get the advantage of the tax. So if it was relating to 2023, but you are providing that amount in 2024, so it is going to reduce your profit and taxable income, whereby you are paying less tax. So tax authority definitely is not happy with that particular thing. It is not, in bottom line, it is non-compliance of IFRS to say so. But as we know that not every company was implementing the IFRS in true sense. So this risk could be there. So you as an auditor need to look at whether you have enough amount of documentation around this provision for bad debts, doubtful debts, and other provisions that you make, which will impact your profit and loss account and profit, and whereby your taxes. So this is where, as an auditor, you have to be vigilant on and make sure that documentation is there by company, and we, as an auditor, also have enough documentation around that to make sure that it is right amount that you are providing in this current year. So what are the other things that we need to consider as an auditor, that you have enough amount of disclosures and presentations are there in financial statements. So one of the important one which we've spoken about is significant accounting policies. You have to add the accounting policies with respect to corporate taxes. And then we will see how and what all to be disclosed. And this is how the reconciliation that you have to perform in your financial statements. Reconciliation of your profit as per profit and loss account to your taxable income and then tax liability. That has to go in your notes to accounts, and detailed reconciliation is expected to be there. And you have to, of course, disclose the related party disclosures along with the nature and then amount and other terms if you want to put that. And you also need to say that the transactions dealt or done with the related parties are at arm's length. As per IFRS, of course, it won't ask you to mention that, but you as an auditor, since this may impact your tax amount, if the transactions are not at arm's length, it may influence or affect your profit and profit that you show as taxable profit. So that is the reason why it may indirectly impact your financial statements. So you need to talk about that also. So related party transactions and identifying them, all the transactions should be disclosed, significant transactions, of course. And we look at the audit reports extracts. If you may have to mention, for some of the larger organizations, you have to mention about the tax coming in UAE, what kind of procedures you have followed to get comfort on those taxations or taxes in your client's books. So this is what you have to mention as part of your audit report as well. So these are the some of the extracts that we have taken from the financial statements of Spinis, which is a listed entity for sure, and it is publicly available. So this is how, so you have to have accounting policies with respect to taxes that you have, current income tax, deferred taxes, deferred tax asset related accounting policy, deferred tax liability related accounting policy that you have to mention, and what kind of exceptions you have. You may also talk about your UAE related transactions related policies as well as outside if you have. This is again with respect to deferred tax asset and liabilities. And at the same time, since you are also having some estimates and judgments when you assess the tax provision and the various positions that the company is taking, there is a judgment involved. So you have to mention, as an auditor, you have to make sure that the financial statements include the judgments related accounting policy also, because something may go wrong in that case.
Relating to qualifying free zone will also, if it's a free zone company, will come over here. Just to add on that, because in Spinis it's not a qualifying free zone, or they have not taken the free zone thing, but just to add to that point, it will also come over here.
Yeah. So definitely, it's not just the tax amount, but also deferred tax asset and liability will kick in if you're considering your company as a qualifying free zone person, but if it is not, then this position will definitely have a lot of impact, a significant impact on your financial statements. So these are the various, the same extract from the Spinis again. So as part of the profit and loss account, you are mentioning the income tax expense. Of course, it is your current tax as well as movement in your deferred tax asset and liability, which we will see the reconciliation or workings around. That will come as part of, on the face of your financial statements. And this is the balance sheet. You may have to show deferred tax assets, which is always as part of your non-current assets. And if you have deferred tax liability, that also should come in as part of your liabilities. And this is where you have to have a clear disclosure about your current income tax charge as well as movement in your deferred tax assets or liabilities, which will take you to the current tax that you will go into your profit and loss account. This is about your reconciliations, which I mentioned about accounting profit and then your taxable income and tax liability, deferred tax asset related breakup, and then reconciliation or movement of your deferred tax asset or liability if you have. And then since this company is having a Pillar 2 impact also, so they wanted to mention that UAE is going to adopt Pillar 2 rules, and what is the impact it is going to have ISB has given a relaxation with respect to compliance of this Pillar 2 related things, but the same thing is been mentioned here. They also need to mention, because they have presence across the globe in many countries, they also need to mention whether they have impact of Pillar 2 on any other jurisdictions where they have presence, and the impact of that on the financials also need to be mentioned. Just to summarize what we have spoken so far, what are the best practices an auditor should follow? Some of the best practices, of course, there are various others. You as an auditor is expected to understand the laws, specifically the corporate tax and impact of that on IFRS as well as ISAs, and whether the adjustments are made in the books of accounts properly or not, that you have to make sure that it is there. You, as part of your firm, your team also should be equipped enough to be able to identify transactions and see what is the impact on the financial statements and audit report. So you have to extend or enhance your audit procedures, your audit risk assessment. As part of your initial assessment of the classification of audit or client, whether it is high risk or low risk client, all those things, and then accordingly your audit procedures need to be modified to make sure that you are addressing those risks. All those need to be looked at, and documentation is required around them. Perform specific tax-focused audit procedures, substantive procedures with respect to all those documentation, checkpoints, everything needs to be there. And review of related party, which is one of the important areas to look at, and make sure that they are at arm's length and no impact is there on the financial statements. Deferred tax asset and deferred tax liability computations. If you get into the numbers, you will really understand deductible related, non-deductible expenses, in which all areas you have, and they may impact your financial statements. Assets, liabilities of deferred tax and liabilities, asset and liabilities computation is going to be challenging, so you have to make sure that that is addressed properly. So verify compliance with respect to record keeping. So earlier we had 5 years as a minimum period to keep the books of accounts by clients. Now it is 7 years, so that also we need to look at it, and whether they have enough controls around documentation and keeping the documents in place. All that we have to do. And of course, continuous update and training of yourself as well as your team, because there are a lot of updates that we are receiving, seeing from the tax authorities. You need to make sure that you are updated with all those changes and amendments that are coming in. So these are some of the best practices that we wanted to bring across, but there are various others depending upon the clientele that you have. You may have to look at, and then necessary changes and updates are happening in your firm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I can clearly, relate when the Jai Bhai said that, you will be having an, I was smiling when they present their first slide. So thank you so much, Ashna, Vijay Bhai, and Balram Bhai for such a wonderful and interesting session, I would say. And with that, I would like to call on the stage to present the memento to all the speakers. Raju sir, please come on the stage. Hanuman sir, and along with Jayant Jain, please come on the stage to present the memento to all the panelists. Jayant sir.